Hello, everybody, and welcome to the HerStory Online Summit 2025, a platform that brings you the extraordinary tales of everyday women who are changing the world. I'm your host, Gertrude Mache, the founder and global curator of the HerStory movement. And I'm really honored to be joining you from beautiful Melbourne, Australia. To begin with, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend that respect to all First Nations people joining us from all around the world. Over the next 11 days, we will dive into the lives, challenges, triumphs, and success of remarkable women. These are stories of courage, resilience, creativity, and leadership. Stories that remind us that when women rise, communities and nations rise with them. This summit is more than just a series of talks. It's a global circle, a space of inspiration, connection, and transformation. Together, we will share knowledge, ignite conversations, and plant seeds of change. So I invite you to grab a cup of coffee, settle in, open your heart, and allow yourself to be inspired by the incredible journeys that you will hear. This is her story, because every woman's voice matters, and every story has the power to change the world. Now imagine if the world could heal itself the way that our blood heals wounds, quietly, naturally, without borders, and without judgment. My personal story is deeply rooted in an African philosophy that is close to my heart. Ubuntu says, "I am because we are." It teaches us that humanity is not just made up of separate individuals, but of one connected body. And just like the cells in your body, our survival as a species depends on us remembering that there is no you, there is no me, there is only we. Let me tell you how her story was formed. In 2017, I collapsed in a rice field in Bali, Indonesia. I was rushed to hospital, hooked up to machines, watching an angiogram, and the dye rushing through my veins on the monitor in front of me. In that moment, I did something strange. I started a conversation with my heart, and I asked her, "Why? Why are you doing this to me?" My heart answered back ever so gently. She said, "Gertrude, you have done this to me. I carry oxygen, nutrients into every single cell in your body to keep you alive, but you have forgotten to take care of me." That conversation changed everything for me, because it reminded me that just as my heart is connected to every cell in my body, every human being is connected to one another. That is the essence of Ubuntu. It is the spiritual foundation of most African societies, a way of life that says, "I am human because I belong, because I am connected, because I see myself in you." Ubuntu reminds us that our perceived differences are only skin deep. When scientists finished sequencing the human genome, they discovered that every single one of us, black, white, rich, poor, male or female, is 99.9% the same. So if our DNA tells us and knows the truth, why have we forgotten it? Before I had a brush with death in a rice field in Indonesia, I thought I had it all. I was married to my best friend of 27 years. We had built a beautiful life in New Zealand after fleeing the AIDS pandemic in Africa. I was a mother of 3 amazing children, a property investor, a businesswoman, retiring at 49. And then it all collapsed. Our 31-year relationship was gone. I not only lost my marriage, I lost my wealth, I lost my best friend, and I lost my health. Worst of all, I lost my will to live. I dreamed over and over again of ending my life on the balcony of my beautiful 5-bedroomed mansion. And my youngest son was the one who would find me. But when I shared this with him, he hugged me and he said, "Mom, I see you. I see your pain. You need to look after yourself." I knew I had to get out of that house. Otherwise, my mind was taking me to a very dark place. And those words pulled me back. They reminded me of everything that Africa had taught me so long ago. When life breaks you, you don't heal alone. You heal in community. In Africa, when women are broken by loss, by violence, by despair, we gather. We sit in circles. We share our stories. We weep together. We remind each other that you are not alone. We are one body. I didn't know it then, but by sharing my story of heartbreak and survival on social media, I was recreating this tradition virtually. Within days of putting a post on Facebook, thousands of women from around the world wrote back to me. One person said, "Hey, this happened to me too." Another person said, "I ended up with breast cancer. I had a stroke. I also have congestive heart failure." And slowly the circle grew. Today, this circle is called the HerStory Circle Movement, a community of over 250,000 women across 45 countries who share their stories, their healing, their Ubuntu. Because when one of us bleeds, we all bleed. And one of us heals, we all heal. Think of it this way. When you cut your finger and the blood rushes to that wound to heal it, not just is it the finger's responsibility, but because the body knows instinctively, if one part of me is injured, the whole of me suffers. Humanity is exactly the same. The solution to our crisis, the wars, the poverty, the racism, the climate collapse, is not power. It's not money. It's not politics. The solution is connection. It's compassion. It's radical empathy. The solution is simply for us to remember that we are the cells of one body called humanity. So what does that mean to you? It means that tomorrow, when you look at a stranger in the street, when you scroll past someone online that you disagree with, when you see suffering in a community that is not your own, remember, there is no stranger. There is no other. There is no you. There is no me. There is only we. And just as my heart spoke to me in Bali, I want to leave this question with you today. What would change in your life, in your family, in your workplace, in your nation, if you started living as though we are one body? Ubuntu is not just a philosophy. It's a heartbeat. It's a rhythm older than time. And remember that healing is not an individual act. It's a collective one. And if we could live with this truth, then maybe, just maybe, the world would heal itself by the way our blood heals wounds. Thank you. It gives me great honor to introduce our first speaker for the day, an amazing young woman who is coming to us all the way from the United States. And as I was curating the list of these amazing speakers, Rebecca Lyons stood out. She is the founder of HerStory, an AI-powered health advocacy app, helping women to navigate medical appointments with confidence and clarity. With over a decade of leadership in sales, operations, business strategy, and digital transformation, she's driven by a mission to close the confidence gap for women in life and work. At the HerStory Summit, Rebecca shares her journey from overcoming personal health challenges to creating technology that empowers women globally. Rebecca, it is an absolute honor to have you with us today. It gives me great pleasure to introduce you to our community. Thank you for being here.
So excited to be here today. I'm truly appreciative of the opportunity to share my story with so many wonderful people across the world, and I'm thrilled to be here with you as well. It was lovely hearing your story and the impact that it's had on your life, and I hope that what I can share with everybody has just as much impact as that as well. Wonderful. So I spent about 8 years in pain, thinking that everything was in my head. Appointment after appointment, the answer was always the same. It's probably just stress. Try some yoga. You're young, you'll be just fine. But one morning when I was on the cold bathroom floor, my body was folded in half, sweat was pouring down my back. All of my muscles were clenched in agony. I called my doctor again. The answer was, well, if it were that bad, you wouldn't be working. I was working through that fire, and it still wasn't enough to be believed. 1 in 10 women have endometriosis, but most wait nearly a decade to be diagnosed. Millions of us are gaslit by a system that was never built with us in mind at all. If you've ever felt dismissed in a doctor's office, you're really not alone. On paper, I was thriving. I had promotions. I received awards. I had a seat at the table. I had the kind of resume that made people say, wow, you're doing amazing. But what they didn't see were the nights that I was curled up on the floor. The ones where I couldn't walk upright from the pain, where I bled for weeks, I lost weight that I couldn't afford to lose, and cried silently in bathroom stalls between meetings. I was managing million-dollar projects while also managing a body that felt like it was slowly betraying me. I learned to time my workday around my symptoms. I knew which clothes hid the bloating, which meetings I could reschedule when the cramps hit, which colleagues I could trust with the truth, which were only a very select few. I started to think of the pain as background noise, something that I could tune out while I performed for the rest of the world. Because when I did speak up, the response was always the same. You're probably just stressed. Try cutting out gluten. Are you sure it's not anxiety? Some women just have worse periods. It was like screaming into a void. One appointment in particular stands out to me. I had come in with a meticulously written symptom log. I had dates, patterns, questions, and the doctor glanced at it, smiled politely, and said, "It's probably nothing. Women's bodies are complicated." And that was it. That was the whole appointment. And I left that clinic and I sobbed in my car for 20 minutes before I could drive. Over the years, I saw several different healthcare professionals. I was prescribed antacids, antidepressants, hormonal birth control, and once yoga videos on YouTube. What I wasn't prescribed was a referral, a scan, a real investigation of my symptoms. The trauma of being dismissed started to take root. I stopped trusting my instincts and wondered, maybe I am just too sensitive. Because when you hear the same message enough times over and over, it's in your head, you start to believe it. But something in me refused to settle, so I kept documenting. I kept showing up. I kept asking questions, even when I felt like a burden. And one day I sat across from someone different. My family doctor had retired, and I had a new care provider. She didn't rush me. She never interrupted me. She asked me to start from the beginning. And when I hesitated, she said, "Take your time. I'm listening." It was the first time in my entire life that someone believed me before they had the labs. She ordered a series of tests, referred me to a specialist, and for the first time I had a team, and I wasn't shrugged off. A few days later, I got a call. We found significant evidence of stage 3 to 4 endometriosis. It was deep infiltrating. I had a chocolate cyst, a complex cystic mass. And I felt a wave of grief, but also relief at the same time. I grieved for the years that I spent in suffering, but relieved that I finally had a name for that suffering, that I wasn't crazy and that I wasn't alone. I wasn't imagining it, I was enduring it. And the diagnosis didn't fix everything. It didn't erase the pain, but it changed everything about how I saw myself. I was no longer the girl who couldn't handle life. I was the woman who had been carrying the weight of an invisible illness, and I still showed up. That moment cracked open my world. It was the beginning of my healing, but also the beginning of a much bigger realization. It took me, a resourceful, assertive, educated woman, nearly a decade to get diagnosed. What happens to the women who don't have access, language, or time? That question changed everything, and it's the question that led me here. It's the reason I founded HerStory, and the reason I'm speaking to you today. In emergency rooms, women wait significantly longer than men to receive pain medication. One study showed that women were less likely to receive opioids for the same pain scores. Not because we hurt less, not because our pain is less, but because we're believed less. This is not just about biology, it's about bias. We have an entire system based on the assumption that men are the default and women are the deviation. I can show you how deep this goes. The standard heart attack symptoms that we all learn are based on men. Women often experience very different signs and are 50% more likely to be misdiagnosed when having a heart attack. Medications are still frequently tested on male-dominated study groups, and menstrual health is often excluded from clinical conversations entirely. And here's the kicker. Even when women do speak up, we're often punished for it. We're labeled difficult, emotional, non-compliant, hysterical. The word hysteria literally comes from the Greek word for uterus. Let that sink in. We built an entire diagnostic category to discredit women's feelings, and then carried it into modern medicine like cultural luggage that we forgot to unpack. Now layer in intersectionality, and the disparities multiply, because not all women are treated equally. If you're a woman of color, you're even less likely to be believed. Black women in the United States are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications. In Canada, Indigenous women are consistently underserved and over-medicated, often without informed consent. Trans and non-binary people are routinely misgendered, misdiagnosed, or excluded entirely from care conversations. The system isn't just cracked, it's rigged for speed over empathy, for efficiency over understanding, for default templates over lived experience. And through all of this, women are taught to smile through their pain, to be good patients, to say thank you even when we're dismissed, to make ourselves small, agreeable, unthreatening. But silence isn't strength, it's survival, and it shouldn't have to be. Because what's at stake here isn't just comfort or convenience, it's our health, it's our lives, and it's our future. The bigger picture is this: we do not have a knowledge problem. We have a listening problem, and we have a believing problem. And that's just not on individual providers, it's on the system, it's on research funding. It's on those who get to write medical textbooks, sit on pharmaceutical boards, and define what normal means. When I finally received my diagnosis, I cried. Not because I was afraid, but because I felt validated for the first time in nearly a decade. I remember thinking, why did it take so long to be heard? How many women never make it to that moment? And that's why I'm here, and that's why we built HerStory. Because we can't afford to keep accepting this just the way it is. I'd like to share a framework with you for how you can move the needle in your own medical appointments, even without using the app. Because after years of struggling in silence, I realized something. Getting better didn't just require a diagnosis, it required a shift in identity, from passive patient to active advocate. I wish I could tell you that when I got my diagnosis, everything got easier, but really what changed was I stopped asking, will someone believe me? I started asking instead, what do I need to know to make the system work for me? So this is the foundation of the framework that I'd like to share. It's called Ask, Document, Decide. Let's talk about the ask. You are allowed to ask questions, and you are allowed to take up space in an exam room. Most of us weren't taught how to ask or what to ask. So here's 3 very simple questions that can completely change a medical conversation. The first, what else could this be? You don't have to settle for a single theory, especially if it's not resonating with your experience. You're allowed to push for differential diagnosis. The second is, what happens if we don't treat this right now? This question can get to the urgency of the issue without sounding confrontational. Third, you can ask, can you walk me through your thought process? This invites transparency and accountability. You don't need to know the answers, you just need to ask better questions. The second piece of this process is to document, because our memory is messy, but paper can be very powerful. So start keeping a health log. Certainly you could use HerStory, but you could also simply use a notebook or your notes app on your phone. It doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to exist. Track your symptoms daily or weekly. Track when they occur, what triggers them, what treatments you've tried, and how those treatments affected you. Think of it as a story in bullet points. Because when your lived experience becomes data, you shift from emotional to evidential. Your records speak even when you're exhausted. And this is exactly why we built HerStory, to give women an easier way to document their symptoms prepare for their appointments, and actually remember the things that they meant to say in the room with their doctor. The third piece is to decide, which is the hardest part. Because we've been taught to defer, to nod politely, to say yes, thank you, even when something feels off. But advocacy means decision-making even when you're scared. You are allowed to say, I'd like to get a second opinion. I'm not comfortable starting this medication today. Can I take a moment to process before we continue? You don't need a medical degree to draw a boundary. You don't need to be rude. You just need to be clear. And if you're afraid of being labeled difficult, I can be very blunt here. Difficult is often just a code word for women who won't be silenced. I'll tell you about Sarah, one of our beta users for HerStory. She had been to 4 different clinics for her pelvic pain, and each time she left with a very vague suggestion and no answers. She downloaded HerStory before her 5th appointment and followed this exact framework. She wrote down 3 direct questions. She brought her symptom log from the past 90 days and practiced saying, I'd like a referral to a specialist. The 10-minute appointment she had changed everything. The doctor was impressed. He said, you're incredibly prepared. Let me get you the scan. And 2 weeks later, she had her diagnosis. And more importantly, she had her agency back. And that is the power of ask, document, and decide. It's very simple, but it's not easy because it goes against decades of conditioning. And every time we practice it, every time we advocate for ourselves, we make it a little easier for the next woman to do the same. If you take nothing else from this talk, I want you to realize that you are not crazy. You are not overreacting, and you are not a burden. You are the expert of your own experience, and you just need the right tools to make that truth undeniable. So let me ask you something. How many of us have left a doctor's appointment more confused than when we walked in? Wondering if we should have spoken up differently? Ashamed of being emotional even when we're in pain? If you've been there, I see you, and if you're still there, I've been you. We are taught to doubt ourselves, to smile, to shrink, to say thank you for crumbs of care. And we're told that if we advocate just a little louder, everything will be okay. But I want to be honest, self-advocacy shouldn't have to be a requirement for survival. The system should believe us the first time. Still, until that day comes, we do have power, and we can reclaim it together. Let me be clear, this isn't just about painful periods, or long wait times, or one diagnosis. This is about a healthcare system that continues to fail half the population because we were never its priority in the first place. And yet we keep showing up, we keep doing the work, and we keep advocating, not just for ourselves, but for our daughters, our mothers, and our friends. I believe in a very different future, one where girls grow up hearing that pain is a signal, not a sentence. One where healthcare listens without judgment. One where no woman waits a decade to be believed. I believe that HerStory won't just be an app, it will be a movement. A whisper turned into a chorus of women saying, we are done being ignored. So here's my call to you. Start where you are. If you're a patient, prepare your questions. If you're a practitioner, check your biases. If you're a leader, fund the innovation that women deserve. If you're a friend, believe her, sit beside her, and hold the space. We don't need to be perfect advocates. We just need to begin. Small actions compound, one documented symptom log, one clear question, one moment of refusal to be dismissed. And this is how we turn power into collective change. I want to close by coming back to her, the woman I was on the bathroom floor, shaking, in pain, alone. She was scared. She was exhausted, but she was also on the edge of awakening. She thought she was breaking, but really she was starting to rise. And that woman is no longer silent. She's standing here with a mic in her hand and with a mission in her bones. And she's telling you with everything she has, your voice is your prescription. Use it before it's too late.
Rebecca, thank you so much for coming online and sharing your story with us today. Absolutely amazing what you've done, not just with your pain, but everything that you've gone through has brought you to the other side and has really empowered not just you to take back your control of your health, but now you're helping other women to advocate for themselves as well, which is absolutely fascinating. So what would you say has been the biggest challenge in your journey to get to where you are now?
Yeah, that's a great question. If I were to think about the many challenges that I've had to overcome in getting here, outside of what I've explained in my story, it would be the difference in support there is when it comes to a funding standpoint when you're an entrepreneur dealing with women's health. I think women's health, the statistic, if I'm not mistaken, is like 2% goes to women-founded ventures globally, probably even less so if we're talking femtech. So we are what's considered bootstrapping in the startup world, as in we're funding this ourselves. And you know, it's a challenging journey to do that, right? We're taking no money, no income for a very long time to get this up and running and to make change in women's lives. And we truly believe in the mission and we have that vision of making a difference. So here we are. And yeah, funding, I would say, is a big challenge, not just for us, but for many in the femtech world.
Yeah, VC funding is a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So how can we empower women to become active advocates in their own medical appointments?
That's a great question. So to become an active advocate in your medical appointment, I think the first step is going in prepared. There's a very, very big difference between showing up to your appointment and saying, I've been pretty tired lately, versus saying, I've been moderately to severely fatigued for the past 2 months. I am unable to get out of bed in the morning, right? You have to highlight the extent of your symptoms and how they're impacting your life in order to receive the diagnosis that you need. If your symptoms aren't severe, that doesn't mean that you don't deserve a diagnosis as well, right? But consistency in that messaging to your primary care provider is going to be the first thing that helps you get some answers.
That's just beautiful. Now, throughout your work and everything that you've done, what specific steps can we take to empower and support women to navigate the healthcare systems?
Yeah, I think that there is so much work that we can do as a society to support women with the healthcare system generally. I've seen the province of Quebec has done a wonderful job in the Indigenous community here in Canada. They have instilled care navigators into the clinical setting who act as an advocate. It's almost like my app in person form between the patients and the providers to ensure that everybody is not only aligned on the care plan, but everybody's agreeable to how to proceed. And that includes incorporating the spiritual aspects of Indigenous life, which is very, very important from a cultural standpoint. So I think we are making some strides in certain areas. I just hope that as a society as a whole, if we listen to what our patients are telling us, women or men, it doesn't matter the gender, right? We will be a lot better prepared to serve that population of people that need care, right?
So what are the specific effective ways to address systemic bias and disparities in the healthcare treatment marginalized groups? I know you work a lot in those areas.
Mhm. Absolutely. Systemic bias is such a difficult but important topic that we need to do more work on. If we look at our research, for example, it's often not a diverse set of people that we're researching when we're developing health-related items, right? So that might be from like an actual medication standpoint. We know that there's evidence that people of different races, for example, if you are Asian or if you are Black or BIPOC, right, you may have a different reaction to certain medications than Caucasian population. And that's very important because that directly impacts your level of care, right? We know that some people experience pain medication differently, right? There's so much in this space that needs to be discussed. I think partially this starts with research and mandating diverse research so that we know how things are affecting various populations. And that includes listening to the people who are giving the feedback, right? I think that also comes down to awareness. And so being aware of the biases that we have potentially innately from the way that we're raised, but also systemically, making sure that we're acknowledging that when we're in conversations and being very aware of the way that we're chatting with somebody. We may have two different perspectives on something, and that's okay. We need to make sure that when we're coming to an agreement on, for example, the treatment plan, everybody's aware, right? They're an informed participant in that conversation. They're aware of what they're signing up for, right? So I think it really starts with that from a research standpoint, making sure we're very inclusive. And then from a societal standpoint, acknowledging those biases and doing as much as we possibly can to break those down.
Now, you mentioned that women wait longer than men for pain relief in emergency rooms.
Correct.
How does this single example reflect the wider structural inequality in medicine?
Absolutely. So I think if we look at gender bias, some of what I alluded to in my talk was women are sort of there's this expectation that we grin and bear it, we smile and nod, right? And I think sometimes we can present ourselves as having it more together than we actually are feeling, right? So I think that has a little bit to do with this. Women going into a situation where they're in extreme pain may not present the same way, right? You may not be screaming in agony. You may be in agony, but not having this reaction. And that may cause practitioners to discredit the symptoms that you're experiencing. That's one. In another case where women are reacting in agony to that pain, it's labeled as hysteria. It's labeled as, well, she's just having an emotional moment because she's a woman. And sort of on the flip side, when you are giving that reaction, you're not being taken as seriously because of these innate biases that we have, right? So it's a twofold issue where I think it's simply if somebody comes in and they tell you that they're in pain, regardless of whether they're wailing or they're quiet, that is not necessarily indicative of the level of pain that they're in, because everybody has a different way that they experience pain and that the way that they respond to it as well. So simply believing if somebody says, I'm in serious pain, believe them.
Wow. It's so simple, but not so simple at the same time.
Correct.
Now, let's go back to your personal journey of resilience. You spent nearly a decade being dismissed by medical professionals before receiving a diagnosis. What kept you going through those years of pain and disbelief?
Yeah, that's a great question. So though the traditional medical system wasn't my friend in those moments, I worked with a wonderful naturopathic doctor. They're fairly regulated here in Canada, so I felt comfortable. And we were able to, not completely get rid of the symptoms, but we were able to relieve them with other, methods. I did acupuncture, I used supplements, MSM, like there's a whole bunch of different things that were working fairly well for me. I had a recent health issue that caused a flare up in my symptoms again. And so, sometimes that route stops working and we need to dig into things further. And I was very fortunate to have my new primary care provider to support me through that.
Wow. Absolutely crazy. Now, can you take us back to the moment where you finally received your diagnosis? What emotions came up for you, and how did that moment reshape your sense of self-worth?
Absolutely. It was incredibly relieving. I think I cried not because I was upset about the diagnosis and having this, it's more or less a lifelong um, immune issue, right? It's an inflammatory disease that there is no cure for at this point in time. I wasn't necessarily upset about that in the moment. I was very relieved to finally be heard and know with concrete evidence that I did have something going on and it wasn't in my head, right? It wasn't something that was just fictional. It's not something that I made up. It's very real. So it was relieving first and foremost. A little disheartening that the process took so long and the situation was what it was. There's implications on things like fertility and all of this other stuff that you deal with when you're in your mid-30s. But yeah, definitely a relief.
Wow, you came out on the other side, and you came out stronger, that's for sure. But it still doesn't make it any easier. Now, many women doubt their own instincts after being told repeatedly that it's all in your head. How did you learn to trust your body again?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm not sure that I am fully there yet, to be honest. I have to second guess anytime I have a feeling that something's off. I have to think about it. I can't just acknowledge, okay, I'm having pain. There must be something, maybe I need to book an appointment. It's like I'm having pain. Okay, I need to move on with my day. I have an 18-month-old. I'm running this business. It's very busy. But through that experience, I've sort of realized I do need to take a step back and I need to practice what I preach, right? So sort of having to focus and put the brain power in to uncover what it like and acknowledge that real experience of feeling unwell. Learning to trust the body it's an ongoing thing for me, and I think I'm getting a little better every day. And hopefully in the future, it'll be something that's a little bit more comes naturally.
Oh. Now let's dive to the survivor who became an innovator. What really was the inspiration that took you from your personal pain to the transformation of creating HerStory and the AI-powered health advocacy app?
Yeah. So, oh gosh, where do I start with this? My professional experience has a lot to do with digital transformation. I've developed sort of implementation of CRM systems, marketing systems, email management systems. Had a lot of change management in my roles through mergers and acquisitions and whatnot. In my previous corporate role, I was working through some analytics from a sales standpoint, and we were looking at how can we use information to prescribe what somebody should do. So if we've got all this information, how could we use that to maybe determine from a predictive standpoint what seasonally we might expect, but at the same time, how could we maybe use that information to flag something for somebody and say, hey, either take a look at this, or I'm noticing a trend here. You may want to touch base with your customer.
Right.
That concept, I sort of picked that up and repurposed it into this package for women's health here, in that we're still looking at information, right? With the symptom logging, that's data. And where we can use AI now we can easily identify and uncover trends in information a lot more quickly than we used to be able to. We can pull in additional external, research journals and credible sources to inform that system. So it's a very similar product, just in a very different package, right?
Yeah.
So this is kind of some of that inspiration of how the product design came to be, was from that experience in working with information.
It's fantastic. So can you share a story of someone who has already benefited from using the app, and what's changed for them?
Absolutely. Yeah, so one of our early beta users had a wonderful report for us. She used the app for the first time in one of her doctor's appointments, and she is also a newcomer to Canada. So she was a little bit concerned about being able to translate her symptoms to her doctor because of a language barrier, plus the experience of being a woman in a medical setting, right? And so she had been logging her symptoms. The system had provided her with that prompt that she could take to her doctor. And in that appointment, she said that she received a referral for diagnostic work. She received a blood work referral as well, and was now on her way to a treatment plan to help manage her symptoms. And
Wow.
she felt that she probably wouldn't have been able to receive all of that if it wasn't for coming really prepared to that appointment. So it was quite a wonderful, to hear that, wow, it is working the way that we intended. We are having this wonderful experience for
Yeah.
people. So I really hope that we can help more women with achieving the outcomes that they deserve.
Oh, I love it. Well, I'll tell you, it's been wonderful having you on. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
It's always awesome to see women really using technology to help others. And I look forward to catching up with you again sometime soon.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure, Gertrude. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So our next guest has just arrived, and I will say hello to Anna. Anna, welcome, welcome, welcome. And Rebecca, you're welcome to stay so that we can have further conversations with you. But we now have Anna. And Anna, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you as our next speaker. Now, I'll just read your bio and make sure you're unmuted. Anna is a lawyer, a psychologist, an international ballroom dancer whose journey from Russia to Australia reflects resilience, ambition, and grit. With expertise in family law and civil litigation, she champions diversity, equity, and empowerment while mentoring women and advocating for inclusivity. Her multifaceted path inspires creativity, empathy, and impact. Thank you so much, Anna, for being here. The stage is yours.
Gertrude, thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here. My name is Anna Pichugina, and I'm so grateful to share the time that we all have here together this morning. Before I commence my talk about performative allyship, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land from which I'm speaking to you from today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I'm based in Melbourne, Australia, or NAM. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Sovereignty has never been ceded. It always was and always will be Aboriginal land. I'd like to start by making something very clear. Performative allyship is something we may have experienced, and it may be something we are guilty of ourselves in terms of perpetuating it, irrespective of our race, sex, gender, or creed. Even as advocates, we may sometimes find ourselves guilty of it. But there's no need to despair. This is all a learning opportunity. Now, we can't solve something if we haven't been able to properly define it. So what is performative allyship? It's when people present as supportive, when they say the right things, post the right hashtags, even attend the right events, but their actions don't seem to match their words. They talk the talk, but they don't necessarily walk the walk. It's allyship for show, not for change. It might be a pin on a lapel, but it might not translate to anything beyond that. And when you live at the intersections, as I do, the difference between real allyship and performative allyship, it isn't theoretical, it's deeply personal. I stand here, or rather sit here, as an immigrant born in Russia, a culturally and linguistically diverse woman, but also a bisexual woman, a neurodivergent woman with ADHD, as someone who's been brought up in a mixed faith family dynamic. I have a Jewish father and a Christian Russian Orthodox mother. I'm neither here nor there. Judaism runs through the mum's side of the family, and Russian Orthodoxy runs through the dad's side of the family. So to one side of the family, I'm too Jewish. To the other side of the family, I'm too Christian. So it's not unusual for me to, I suppose, sit on both sides of the fence, as it were, when it comes to these sorts of things. As someone who has been tokenized in professional spaces for occupying so many aspects of the Venn diagram, I am unapologetically feminist. I am a lawyer and I continue my studies with psychology, and I compete in Latin American and ballroom dancing in same-sex dance competitions. And in that space, my dance partner and I, who is a woman, will alternate between who leads and who follows as we dance together, which I think is quite representative of what we all probably do in life. So from marriage to family, from dance competitions to the workplace, I've seen how power and exclusion show up. And I've also seen how allyship shows up or doesn't. That's why intersectionality matters. It's not just a diagram in a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging slide deck. The facets of our identity don't exist in a vacuum. They move around, they're dynamic, they're not static. They impact how we see the world and how the world sees us. Intersectionality isn't just a catchphrase or a Venn diagram, it's someone's lived experience. It's my lived experience. So I'm not here to just name intersectionality, I'm here to live it. And I'm sure that some of you also who have joined us are living it as well. Intersectionality is an interesting experience in the context of performative allyship and what I like to refer to as scaffolding. I think we all learn best through stories, so I might just take a moment now to conduct a thought experiment with you all. Let's consider a differently abled person who is a wheelchair user who requires a ramp in the workplace or in any space in order to make that environment more. Unfortunately, it sometimes becomes a little bit more complicated than that. So instead of just jumping in and building a ramp, once we also obviously have all of the requisite permits that we need in order to do that safely, sometimes what we need to do is have meetings about the meetings that we're going to have about the ramp that we might build. So people who are able-bodied might show up to a meeting to talk about what color the ramp should be and the naming convention of a document that contains the minutes of the decisions surrounding the color of the ramp. So do we name the document version 1.0 or 0.1 if it's currently a proof of concept? So does this help support the cause or does it derail it? Sometimes in order to convey the message that needs to be conveyed, we have to wrap it in all forms of niceties. So the people who are largely by status quo are already accepted in that status quo don't feel excluded by the people that they themselves don't necessarily include. And that's what I refer to as scaffolding. It would be quite frustrating for a wheelchair user to explain why a ramp is required when they are being physically excluded from occupying a space that they are now roped into meetings about of how to include people's views and opinions about a ramp that they don't actually need to use. So when I talk about scaffolding, what I'm referring to is all the layers of the onion that we need to get through before we can actually talk about what needs to be spoken about. And that can be really exhausting. By the time you've set up that scaffolding, you might not even have the energy to go beyond that to actually convey the message that you've now built the scaffolding around in order to be able to convey. So the question is, who does the scaffolding serve? And I believe that the answer is that it serves the performative allies. They've helped erect the scaffolding in the name of a good cause. Sure, the ramp has never been built, but let's take stock of all the meetings they've attended. Look at all the notes they took. Look at all the hashtags they used. Look at all of the LinkedIn posts they've made. Look at all the awards they've nominated themselves for in relation to this good deed that they are yet to complete. So these are the things that I think are very, very challenging and quite uncomfortable, because in my own experience, I know exactly what it's like to have a performative ally, in the sense that in my own experience of workplaces, sometimes people have said to me, I'll help you, Anna, with your career. Let's get you to the next stage. But really what they operated as, in my experience, was a gatekeeper that prevented me from actually progressing to the next stage of my career. But much to my own shame, I'm sure that I have also engaged in performative allyship where I thought that perhaps ticking a box would have been sufficient. But through the thought experiment that I've conveyed, hopefully we can introspect and have a look at the times where we have sat on both sides of the fences and how we can improve to ensure that while some scaffolding might be necessary to paint the scene, to explain what people's hardships are, because we don't really understand what people's experiences are unless we sort of share the stories and communicate. But as long as that's approached with curiosity and compassion, we can also get beyond the scaffolding so that more attention is, I suppose, spent on the solution and the message itself rather than the scaffolding. So I suppose this leads me to the point of sitting in this fragility of discomfort. A lot of allies want to tiptoe around discomfort, and that's what I suppose, to my mind, makes the process performative, because we don't need to protect the feelings of the privileged, because by their very nature they're already privileged with protection. So I'm not particularly interested in comfort. I'm interested in accountability, in taking stock of the privilege that we have, in understanding the privilege that other communities might not have, and understanding what we can do to improve. So I'd like to call out the scaffolding, the facade of progress that's more about the image than the actual change. So brutal honesty can be grounded in hope. It can be delivered in a positive way. But I suppose instead of asking, how can we make you feel included in this conversation, we can ask, what am I willing to risk to have this conversation? What are we all willing to risk? Is there a comfort that we need to let go of to acknowledge the discomfort of someone else? And that question really matters. Now, there's no fast solutions. There's so many different ways to peel the layers of that onion. And I'm very, very conscious of my time because I can obviously, as Gertrude will know, can talk about this forever and ever. But I think that it's important that we don't just talk in ways that are simply small talk. We need to get beyond that, get beyond the pins of the lapel and move forward by having the difficult conversations and acknowledging that sometimes the paradox of inclusion will mean that those people in our lives that are excluded are quite exhausted. So when we look at an individual that may come across as frustrated or passionate or even potentially aggressive or uncomfortable to speak to, perhaps we can ask ourselves, why is that happening? Is that because they're having to over-explain? Is that because they're having to scaffold all the time because their feelings are not being respected, because that same scaffolding is not being afforded to them? So I might, I suppose, draw on another personal experience. So sometimes I've had this experience where people have said to me, Anna, why are you attracted to women? And I sort of say, have you seen women? Right? So many of us are beautifully manicured. We have our hair done. We have our nails done. We look amazing. And then you sort of look at men, some of which can also be gorgeous. I'm sure I have a beautiful fiance that I'm engaged to who is a man. But I mean, the thing is that I don't often ask cis heteronormative women why they're attracted to men, even though arguably that could be a better question to be asking. So I suppose this is the scaffolding. I have to be tolerant of when I'm asked why I'm bisexual and why I feel that way inclined, as though it's a choice. But when I ask the same question back, or even when I call out the double standard of it, all of a sudden I happen to be the problem because I'm on the out and they're on the in, as it were. So I suppose that's probably a practical way of demonstrating that exhaustion and the paradox of tolerance. So suppose if we take stock of where we've come full circle in relation to this conversation, real change is probably more important than keeping up with appearances. Performative allyship is something that we may have experienced, and it may be something that we have perpetuated ourselves. Our various facets of our identity don't exist in a vacuum. We are intersectional beings, and we engage with the world through those various different facets. We can't isolate one from the other. But sometimes we have different parts of our identity that intersect, that create even further marginalizations. And we need to be cognizant of that when we engage with other people in our lives, so that we can ensure that we're not just spending all of our time scaffolding, we're spending some more time solutioning, being more collaborative, and really making a positive impact and change. Thank you so much.
Absolutely wonderful, Anna. Wonderful to have you with us today. Thank you so much for sharing your story. So we're going to move on to the next speaker, then we'll have our panel discussion at the end, okay? Thank you. All right, our next speaker is coming to us all the way from the United States. I will read her bio. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our tribe. Lynn Locke Payne is a two-time award-winning author of Wake Up, Change Up, Rise Up. She focuses on helping individuals to transform their personal self-talk, navigate life challenges, and build more purposeful, resilient, and joyful lives. After navigating deep grief and life transitions, she helps others change their perspectives and reframe their self-talk, because the stories we repeat influence our lives. She inspires others to become their best selves by creating a more empowering narrative. Welcome, Lynn. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Gertrude. So today I'm going to tell you my story. It was 5:45 on a Monday evening when my phone rang. My husband's business partner told me that they had called 911 on Dawn. I happened to only be 5 minutes away from his office, so I rushed over. When I got there, I found him lying on a gurney, looking pale and tired. I kissed him, said I love you, and then they wheeled him into the ambulance. At the hospital, the emergency room was overflowing. I saw walls lined with patients on gurneys and chairs just waiting to be seen. After 2 hours, I was finally allowed back into his room. At first, the doctor said it was just a minor heart attack and he would go home the next day. But within hours, everything changed. By the next morning, he was moved to ICU and his body began to shut down. There seemed to be little the doctors could do. But my husband, Don, was always clear. If he could not live life on his terms, he didn't want to be here. So 2 days after the 911 call, I stood by his side and honored his wishes as they turned off the machine. With one final breath, the love of my life was gone. I was completely devastated, heartbroken, and suddenly, at the age of 48, I became a widow. Then, just 3 weeks later, around 6 p.m., my daughter and I stood in our driveway watching as flames engulfed our home. Our house was on fire due to a faulty power strip. The place I thought I would grieve, heal, and find comfort was now unlivable. In less than a month, I had lost my husband, my home, my sense of security, and the life I thought I knew. Have you ever had the rug pulled out from under you, one inconceivable loss only to be followed by another? It's in these moments that everything shifts. The ground that you thought was solid gives way beneath your feet and crumbles. And everything you thought would never change begins to vanish. The plans, the certainties, the quiet assumptions you carried suddenly no longer hold. You find yourself standing in the rubble of what you believe to be real, asking questions like, what is reality? Why am I here? What is the purpose of life? And who am I anymore? It's very disorienting and terrifying to watch your world fall apart. And yet, this collapse is also an opening. When all the illusions fall away, you are left face to face with something raw and unpredictable. It's here, in this space between endings and beginnings, that reality starts to make itself through you. However, this does take time. With all this chaos and loss, I fell into a deep, dark depression. My days blurred into nights. I learned that you cannot schedule grief. You can't plan it, you can't control it, you can't predict it. If you want, you can try to outrun, ignore, in the end, the only way out is through. We may think that hiding our feelings will protect us, but it does not. Because when we resist our emotions, we only give them more weight. The pain lingers, and what we refuse to feel becomes what we carry, and it will keep showing up until we learn to deal with it. Know that healing is not linear. It's a spiral, messy, and unpredictable. Some moments you're fine, and others you feel like you're being transported right back to the beginning. And you know what? That's okay. Give yourself the time and space to grieve. Is there something in your life you're pressuring yourself to get over too soon? I knew I had to feel my emotions, so I let myself feel all the stages of grief. Sometimes the grief was so intense, I did not think I would survive it. I asked myself questions that had no answers. Why him? Why us? And how will I go on? And if I'm being truly honest, I wasn't sure I wanted to. And maybe you've asked yourself these same questions or similar ones. After several months of wishing things were different, I woke up one day and I realized that I was creating my own misery by focusing only on what I had lost. If I couldn't find the strength for myself, I had to find it for my daughter. She needed a mom who was alive inside, not just one who was surviving. In time, I recognized that by trying to deny my present reality, I was causing myself more pain. That's when I understood that a lot of our suffering comes from wishing things were different. As Eckhart Tolle states, the primary cause of unhappiness is never your situation, but your thoughts about it. So I made a choice. I could continue to look at myself as a victim, or I could use my story to help others move through the challenges. I chose the latter. I made a conscious decision to start healing by accepting my circumstances, reframing my perspective, and looking for the blessings in my life. I discovered that acceptance is freedom, and healing began the moment I accepted what is. Now, I'm not saying it's easy or acceptance comes quickly, because it does not, but with time, we can turn our challenges into something more helpful and more useful. And know that accepting is not giving up. It's reclaiming your power. It's saying, this happened, so how am I going to use it? For me, I started to write. At first, it was just to process my grief, and these writings were like a mirror, my pain on a page. But slowly the writing became so much more. It was a love letter to Dawn and a release of everything I'd been carrying. And my words turned into gratitude. They showed me not only what I lost, but also what I still had. I began to see blessings from the ashes, the life I shared with Dawn and the bond I had with my daughter and the love that still remained. So instead of concentrating on my loss, I started to look for the good. Those pages became chapters, and those chapters became my first book, Wake Up, Change Up, Rise Up, Practical Tools for Personal Transformation. I never thought I would be an author, but out of my loss, a new path was born. Became my new purpose to help others flip their script, rewrite their story, and know that when life burns everything to the ground, you can rebuild. It's not going to be the same as before. The walls and roof are different, but you can create a home and a life once more. I would have never wanted this to happen to me, but it did shape me. And if I couldn't have my own life, I'm grateful for the one I have now. So make meaning out of your challenges. Look for the lessons, the cues that help you to grow. Challenge can reveal our strengths and who we truly are or on our way to becoming. Sometimes it's a struggle that awakens our self-awareness. It forces us to stop running on autopilot and pay attention to what's really happening inside of us. It's not the easy days nor the smooth paths, but it's in the nights when everything feels broken. That's when we see ourselves most clearly. That's when we discover what we are truly made of. When you embrace difficulties as avenues for exploring your potential, you build your character, purpose, and your personal power. Choose the plot twist that life throws at us, but we always get to choose the meaning. And that choice, that simple act of choosing, can turn tragedy into purpose, grief into gratitude, and endings into new beginnings. And if I can rise from the loss, so can you. Because sometimes the fire that destroys everything is also the same fire that pushes us into who we are meant to be. And just as a phoenix soars from the ashes, you can empower yourself to wake up, change up, rise up. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Lynn. What an incredible journey you've been on. Really feeling blessed to have you with our community today and for you to share your story.
Thank you so much.
I'll bring you back on in a minute. We're going to have our last speaker for this session, and then we'll have our panel discussion. Thank you. Okay, my next speaker is ready for us. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for coming online and joining us. I'll read your bio and then the stage is yours.
Perfect.
Jennifer Sheets, visionary CEO, workforce strategist, media host, author, and advocate. She's a powerhouse in business, leadership, and human capital strategy. She is the CEO of Master Staff Incorporated, the president of CEO Live's Nashville chapter, and the host of the weekly radio show and podcast, Master the Workforce, broadcast live on Calcus Super Talk 99.7 WTN and across all major podcast platforms. But beyond the boardroom and airwaves, Jennifer is also the proud mother of 3. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for coming and being with us today. The stage is yours.
Oh, thank you, Gertrude, for having me. I'm honored to be here. So sharing my story, I started 25 years ago in a hole-in-the-wall office to build a staffing agency. Wasn't what I went to school for to do. Life was not turning out the way that I thought it would at that particular time. And so it took me, 3 weeks to be able to get my first job order. I was in such a cruddy building. I was like an old motel that had like brown shag carpeting, brown paneling, and there were literally birds and squirrels on the wall that the landlord had to cut out. So I started at that point. It took me a while to get my first job order. The next thing you know, we were soaring. And in 25 years, we've put over 40,000 people to work all over the US and Canada. So that all sounds great, right? But the thing that happens to you in life that they never prepare you for or plan on is the stuff that one minute you're one way and the next thing you're just brought to your knees. I mean, completely, your life becomes shattered, something completely different, and it never will go back to the way it was, but doesn't mean that it can't be something great. So in all of this has happened. I had my son. My son is now 19, but we went to the doctor. He was having issues and problems for a while. And we woke up on a Sunday morning and he had been bleeding from his gums and it was all over the pillow. We'd taken him back and forth and they didn't know what was wrong with him. It was an on-call doctor that weekend. And she came on and said, you need to take him to Vanderbilt Children's Hospital. I live in Nashville. That's our big children's hospital here. There's a panel of people waiting there for you. His liver is severely enlarged. His spleen is severely enlarged and you need to go now. Now, mind you, he's 3.5. So I don't know how to even get in the car and drive, let alone to go get my husband, let alone to be able to get to the hospital. He doesn't have a care in the world in the back seat. We get there, we're met with a team of doctors, and it's so crazy how you remember things in your life because it was like 5 after 3. And in hospitals, a lot of them, like most all of them, have the old clocks we had when, if you're older like me, when you're younger, that had the second hand that goes around. And it's that for medical reasons, that they have that. And I'll never forget, it was 5 to 3 o'clock. And that little hand was going around and all these doctors and nurses came in, and this nurse came in with this little red wagon and she put him in it and took him out. And then they said, well, he has leukemia and it's in 90% of his bone marrow. And so at that point we had, oncologists in there. I couldn't even breathe. I had a brown paper bag. I could hear my husband on the other side of the room. He couldn't breathe. Like, I mean, everything shattered in just an instant. Just an absolute instant. So by that time at night, we were talking to everybody about surgery. We don't know what kind of leukemia he has. We don't know, what does that mean? 90% of his bone marrow. Is he going to be here in a week? Like, just all the things that as a parent, you never, ever, ever, ever want to have to face. It's like your worst nightmare. So we get into 2 weeks and they finally tell us that he has the good kind of cancer is what they tell us at the time, right? Which you never think that you want to hear the good kind of cancer, but he had ALL leukemia, which is supposed to be relapse was less than 10%, that you could get cured from it very quickly. In the amount of time, mind you, I had a staffing agency. Okay. And the staffing agency I had, we were in the middle of the worst recession since the Great Depression. I find out my son has cancer, and within a week of being in the hospital, I start getting really sick and I'm not eating or drinking anything. And the nurse tells me that I need to go get checked out. I need to figure out what's going on and find out I'm pregnant with my daughter. So all of this just kind of came at once. And so I'm trying to, be in survival mode. I have the benefits for the family. I have this. My husband's trying to be strong. I'm pregnant. I have my son sick. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it was just like a perfect storm. What the craziest part is, that's the lesson, a thing I talk about when I talk about this story many times. And I always say, if you think getting a cancer diagnosis for your kid is bad once, get it 2 more times, because we thought we had it beat 200 times. And then the third time it came back, we had to go into bone marrow transplant. And so this is my big thing to tell you, because I want to wrap this into what life is in business and how that all comes together. But when tragedy and stuff strikes you, it's like, how do you function in the other part of your world? The most important thing is your family and what happens to you. So how do you move past it? The thing of it is, you have to allow yourself to be in that moment. It's not about moving past it. It's moving through it and pulling it with you to get to the other side. And what happened to us was constantly one thing after another. And I heard the wonderful woman that spoke before me talking about all the things that kept happening to her. It was the same thing in our situation. We picked up, and here we were trying to find a bone marrow transplant that had a better chance of survival, because 50% of bone marrow transplants result in relapse within 90 days. And he was at lifelong chemo, lifelong radiation. We couldn't afford to do that. He is 9 years old at that time. By the time we were at that last thing that we had. So our doctor at Vanderbilt found a trial that was going on at Seattle Children's Hospital, but we couldn't fly. We would have to drive because he was neutropenic. So we drove across country. They made sure we had stops along the way. It's near some of the biggest hospitals in case we had issues. Go to Seattle Children's Hospital, and they were doing the state-of-the-art new kind of bone marrow transplant called a double cord transplant, which is where it takes 2 umbilical cords, and it's like getting 2 transplants for the price of 1, meaning you have double the chance of that transplant working and taking. And so we get into countdown, cranial radiation, we're in chemotherapy. We're just every day they take this mask and they're drilling his head down and knocking him out. And I'm like about vomiting around the corner every day on a countdown to transplant. And they tell us that one of the bags cracked. And they tell us, well, instead of getting 2 of the chances for survival on the umbilical cord transplants, we can only do 1. Well, I flipped. I'm like, we drove all the way across the country. You found 2 before you can find another one. Dr. Kim Delaney was the one that was ahead of all that research. And I said, we're not doing that. I'm not accepting that. That's not what's going to happen. And I said, you found before, you can find it again. So by 5 o'clock that day, she called my husband and I and said she found another bag that she thought would be even better than what the one that was replacing. So we go through all transplant, which is something a lot of it I don't talk about because it was so, my son had coded at one point. I mean, it was just a horrible time, but we get to the point where he actually engrafts. Now we're like, okay, now he's got counts. This is working, right? So we're at this point where it's working, and they do what they call a chimerism report, which is where they tell which bag, which, umbilical cord, which bone marrow took to save his life. And it was the replacement bag. And I always said that God did that God cracked it because what was going to be there wasn't going to help him. And so all of this going on, I'm running a company. I remember sitting on the bathroom floor in a hospital room while my kid's getting chemo, and I'm trying to collect invoices because the team that I had back here, there were things that they just couldn't do at that time. And so like when all of this comes about and happens to you, it's like, how do you forge through it? I mean, I couldn't fight cancer for my son. He had to fight it. I'm trying to keep a business together. And I had a daughter, a little girl that's seeing all of this. So here's what I say to all of you. My son is 19. He graduated first in his class at his high school. He is studying aerospace engineering at Ohio State. My daughter's 15 years old, involved in everything. She used to do competitive cheer. She does all kinds of things. She wants to be a physician's assistant now is what she wants to do, and I've had to start over in my business. I've had to completely start over from scratch and build back up again. But you know what? I'm still here. You all will still be there. Everybody doesn't think that they are strong enough until they have to be strong enough when you have no other choice. And I think it's okay to sit and feel sorry for yourself. And it's okay to say those words, to feel bad about it. That's rotten. It's terrible. It's something that nobody wants to have happen to them. I mean, you would never wish it on your worst enemy. But the thing of it is, that's the cards you get dealt. So you can make 2 choices. You can either wallow in that grief and wallow in that sorrow and have everybody, including like for my situation, my children watching my reaction to what was going on, or you can finally get yourself up off the corner out of the fetal position and start to do something about it. And however that looks for you, you'll know what it is because it'll start to feel right. It's your attitude. It's the way you approach things. I always tell everybody that's worked with me, I said, don't bring me the challenge, bring me the solution. It's how I treated Dr. Delaney when she told me that the bag broke, and so for me, I had all of this happen. And I thought, by the way, thinking that things were going in a great direction, we were finally past it, thinking my faith walked me through every bit of it. And I'm thinking God's going to be here now to help us get to where we can get our feet underneath us and really keep going. And then COVID happened. And then after COVID happened, my industry was decimated. And I ended up losing everything and having to build and start back over again. And I was mad at the world when that happened. But you know what? I always thought about was it could always be worse. I would never, for as bad as it is, or how bad money can get or business can get or whatever, I never want to be back in that place where I was praying for God to put one foot in front of the other, to walk me in and out of surgeries over and over and watch my son suffer like that and my family suffer like that. I never want to, nothing can be as bad as that. And I always think about those families. I always say, well, isn't it awful your kid had cancer? Well, guess what? Sandy Hook Elementary, those people dropped off their children to kindergarten that day to never pick them up again because someone was crazy and went into their school. So you just don't know, right? So you have to always know that you're blessed. And allow yourself to feel the anger and the hurt and everything. But then you got to get up out of it, and you got to look at how people are looking around you. And every time you're taking a breath, it's another opportunity to do something different. Just remember that when bad things happen, and that you're forged in steel. Like, that's where you move forward. That's when you're tested the most. And I know people say it all the time, but I'm proof of it. And so I just wanted to share my story today of what's happened to me and where I am now, and that it's okay. It's okay.
Wow. What an incredible start to our summit. Thank you so much for sharing your empowering story, Jennifer. It's amazing what people go through and what happens when you come out on the other side. So I'm going to bring the rest of our speakers on screen. Thank you all so much, ladies, for your amazing contribution to the opening of the HerStory Summit this morning. It's an absolute honor to have you all here sharing your stories. So what I like to do at the end of each session is to bring you all on and have a panel discussion, comments, ask questions. Anybody who's online, feel free to tune in with your questions online, and I will pose them to the group that we have here. But I'm going to start off with you, Anna, seeing as you kind of started this whole thing off and led us on an interesting path with your amazing story. Let's talk a little bit about allyship. You talk about performative allyship when support is more for show rather than for change. So what does genuine allyship look like in practice?
That's the $1 million question, isn't it? I think that it's, look, without sort of avoiding and at the risk of seeming like a performative ally myself, it's case by case specific. And I think that having open and honest conversations and perhaps asking the individual or the group you're seeking to support, what does genuine support look like to you? How can I support you? Can you identify some gaps in terms of where I'm at the moment and how I can improve? Is probably a step in the right direction. So I might use a quick example. So I was once faced with a situation at work where there was a woman that was hired who was hard of seeing. She wasn't 100% blind, but she was close to 90% blind. And I did not know how to approach this woman. I did not know how to speak to her. I did not know if it was appropriate for me to touch her or not. I had no clue. So I just gave her the wide berth and I avoided her. That makes me guilty of not just performative allyship, it makes me the antithesis of an ally, really. But that came out of a place of fear for me of getting it wrong. So what happened is that she actually realized that a lot of people were actively avoiding her, and she approached a diversity and inclusion advisor at work and said, hey, would it help if we published something on the intranet, the local comms for the organisation about what's appropriate to say and do with respect to a blind person? And so then we had a bit of an instruction manual that came out. And we all learned that it's okay to approach someone and say, look, is it okay if I touch you so that I can guide you towards an elevator? Or if somebody reaches out to shake someone's hand, can you sort of connect the hands together? So there's so many awkward things that can happen. So instead of avoiding the situation, we can acknowledge it as a start. So I suppose it's just little things like that.
Wow. Yeah, just asking for permission. It sounds simple and obvious, but it really isn't. I remember listening to a TED talk of one of the most famous people I love listening to. And his TED talk was called, If You Want to Help Someone, Shut Up and Listen. So how many times do we not just ask the question and listen for the answer? That's a really great example you've given us there. Ladies, please chime in here if you have any comments, any questions you might want to ask Anna before I move on to the next person.
That was great, Anna. So, one of my college professors told me you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use it in those proportions.
I like that one.
Yeah.
I think it's amazing you using that example, because you, like, you're talking about it being out of fear. And really, it's just a matter of people really want, I think, and genuinely want to do the right thing, but you're always so afraid of what someone's going to think about it, and fearful of it. So it's good to be aware, and you have to be aware of things. And I love that she put that out there. I hope that made a big change for how
it really
she
did,
felt.
because we're so scared of getting it wrong that sometimes we don't try at all. And what we walk by is what we accept. So sometimes getting it wrong is better than doing nothing, because we can fail forward, as it were, and learn from our mistakes.
You're right.
That's so easy. My next question is for you, Lynn. You experienced the unimaginable. I can't even begin to fathom what you went through, losing your husband and your home within weeks. So what helped you to begin to move from devastation towards healing when everything felt lost?
Well, I think what happened is, really, I woke up one morning, and this was several months after Donna died. I decided I needed to start living again. I was not. Everything was trapped up inside. So I started writing, and writing was healing. And I really think just some form of movement, no matter what you do, really gets you to heal. But truly, it was gratitude of finding little things like seeing a hummingbird in the morning, or just enjoying my cup of coffee, or seeing that the sun came out. Those little things really started to build, and I became more grateful for everything in my life. And then I realized that a lot of people don't get to experience the love that I had with Dawn, and I'm very blessed that I had that opportunity.
Yeah, and then you had your amazing daughter. You really had to pull things together for your daughter as well. That couldn't have been very easy.
It was not, and I fell into depression pretty quickly. And so she tried to be the stoic one, and she held everything inside. So once I started feeling better, her emotions that she held inside started to come out. And then what we hold inside also makes us physically sick. She started getting these weird things. We had to go see a pediatric cardiologist. We had to go see a pediatric neurologist. She was 16 at the time that her dad died. And just all these different things. And it took about 2 years for her to get through the physical and, kind of find a baseline again.
Wow.
The therapist told me that kids hold things inside because they don't want to make their parents' situation feel worse. And so she had prepared me that it was going to come out.
Wow. Any comments there, ladies, before I move on to you, Jennifer?
Yeah, Lynn, I was going to say, I am so sorry for what you went through and what happened to you. And I can relate to you on so many different levels. And I think normalcy is very underrated. You know how you said you had to go and find the happiness in like a cup of coffee and a hummingbird? Like, for me and myself, even for my marriage, I mean, to find happiness when your child is sick is just, it's insane. I remember them coming in and telling us 50% of marriages end in divorce when a child's diagnosed with a serious illness. It's the same for a tragedy in a family, like you losing your husband and, your child going through all that. And so I appreciate you saying that you had to get to that point. I completely can relate to that.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry for what both of you have had to experience individually, and how much, dare I say, intersectionality and overlap there is in your lived experience, even though it's so different. From my psychological studies, it's really interesting because there's one psychologist, I cannot for the life of me recall their name at this time, so bear with me. However, they said this: if children are so resilient and are so capable of getting over things, why does every adult need therapy?
True.
Totally get that.
Moment, right? Like, it truly is.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
Wow. Now let's go on to you, Jennifer. When your young son was diagnosed with leukemia, you faced years of treatment, relapses, bone marrow transplant, and all the while running a business and being pregnant with your daughter. How did you balance survival as a mother with survival as an entrepreneur?
Well, a lot of prayer, let's just put it that way, and a lot of wine, that too. I have the wine bar right here. See, it's there for a reason. Sincerely, it was, you can't look 20 steps past. You have to take it one step at a time. I remember the doctors used to tell us that, he says, I don't tell parents what's coming down 3 months down the road. We take it one part of the treatment at a time, because you can't put your brain around all of that. And so having a company at the same time, it's like, okay, that was my normalcy or my reality check. And then part of me was like mad at the world that, you know, people used to always say to me, you're so lucky that he's going through this because you own your own business and you can be out. And I used to want to put my nails on a chalkboard, because I'm like, well, first of all, if I worked for someone else, I would have had FMLA and probably got paid for it and been by my son's side without having to worry about it all the time. I understand it's the choice I made to start my business, but I'm just saying, you just don't know someone else's walk. And because I was the one that, like, we would spend 60 some days straight in the hospital, and you know, we didn't even have, other than the first time he got diagnosed, people even bring food to the house or anything. We were just on our own, you know? And so for me to answer your question, Gertrude, I think like the key for me was one step at a time, one part of it at a time, trying to find some normalcy and making sure that there was normalcy for my son, Colton. So, you know, like they tell you, if they wanted to act up when they're sick or whatever, you know, that was a good sign. They were feeling better. You know, you treat it like you would normally. If they're well enough to go do something fun, go do it. So it was just really trying to mold those two together, no matter how I felt personally, and just take it one day at a time.
Incredible. The human spirit is so resilient. You know, when you listen to stories like this, it's amazing what we can accomplish in difficult times. Oh, wow. Okay, let's go back to you, Anna. Your concept of scaffolding highlights the exhausting barriers that marginalized people face just to be heard. How can allies dismantle the scaffolding instead of adding to it?
Look, that's a remarkable question. I might actually just piggyback off what Jennifer just said just now. It would be really great if allies didn't necessarily try to always find the silver lining in something, in the sense that, oh, you know, I'm experiencing illness with my child. Well, at least your child is still alive. Well, at least you can afford. Well, at least, right? Just sit in the discomfort and listen. So that goes back to, Lynn, what you were touching on as well, the 2 ears, one mouth concept. I think that the only way that we can sort of dismantle the scaffolding is by allowing those that are experiencing the scaffolding to sort of dismantle it themselves. So if we picture an egg, if something comes out at it from the outside, that means destruction. But if it actually destroys itself by bursting out, that means life. So I suppose it's allowing the people themselves that are required to be heard, giving them a platform, as it were, as you do so well, Gertrude, to enable them to advocate for themselves and support them to support themselves.
I love that. That's awesome. All right, let's go back to you, Lynn. Now, you said acceptance is not giving up. It's reclaiming your power. How can others learn to see acceptance and not how can others learn to see acceptance as surrender, but a path to freedom?
Yeah, you know, I think surrender is a great word. I think we have to surrender to what is, whether we like it or not. You know, everybody has bad stuff that happens to us. But once we accept what is, then we can move forward. And sometimes it's surrendering to those emotions, letting yourself feel that. But, you know, I always say you can go visit Pity City, but you can't live there. You can't stay in that space for a long time. And grief is something different. I'm not saying you know, I mean, for some people it can be years before they can get out of that, but it's really about being grateful for what you have. I mean, there are always somebody else that has a worse story than yours, right? And but you still need to honor your story. I'm not saying to discard what you're feeling, but honor your story and know that you can use it for something good.
Yeah, I
Excellent.
remember reading a book when my mother died during COVID that said something like, our emotions are like your children. When they come to you, you have to pull them close and just sit with it for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and it passes through you. So the more you resist and push against those emotions, the more they come. So sometimes you have to surrender to grief and let it have its way with you. Otherwise, you don't process it. It doesn't dispense.
Yeah, there's a book called The Body Keeps Score, and it's so true. What goes inside, especially as young children, stays deep. And that's probably why adults need therapy, is because we didn't get to process what was happening to us as a child.
Well said, Lynn.
Beautiful. All right. Jennifer, coming back to you. Over the years, as a workforce strategist and advocate, what changes do you believe are most urgently needed in the way that we support women and families in the workplace today?
Oh, you're speaking my language now, Gertrude. You know, I came up in a time, I don't mind sharing my age. I'm 54 years old. I came up in a time in business where, you know, women were kind of shunned or felt you were made to feel bad if you stayed home. And then I saw the turnaround where they started having where men could go on paternity leave and join them. And then now we come kind of full circle where, you know, women really are empowered to do whatever they want to do. We say that, but I feel like the best advantages come when you start your own business, because I still feel like you're tethered to what the corporate world or what other businesses deem is good for them and not what's good for the whole. I think unless you've had some kind of tragedy strike you, do you have the empathy that you need to have for the people, that the talent that you surround yourself with, that you choose to every day in a work environment? And I think where the change has to come in, like I tell you, one of the things that happened with me was being in a hospital with my son all the time and still having to work. And I'm worried about paying a house payment and a car payment and everything. Wouldn't it have been great if there had been some kind of program that would have been out there to help when some kind of serious illness or something happens, to be able to support you through those pivotal times of those main things that are livelihood types of things, especially if you have a family to pay to, you know, provide for, I guess I want to say. And I think too, also, Gertrude, to your point, the changes that have to be made are more on how we treat people. Like, you know, I had, and this goes both ways, because I had a girl that worked for me one time, and I was trying to be so cognizant of the women that were taking off because the husbands weren't, to take the kids to the doctor or to pick them up from school or go whatever's a school. And finally she said, why do I not, even though I don't have children, why don't I have that equal amount of time? You forgive that, you know, you look over that, but then I don't have that. And so there's just been, not only you're talking about what women have had to battle with their employers, but you also with each other, you know, in a workforce, of how they look upon each other. Oh, you know, what like that stigma of it. And I think that the change that has to be made is everyone needs to be accountable and know that they are accountable for their actions of how they treat people. And everyone needs to know how to walk in someone else as well, because you never really will. And you should respect what other people are doing. And there should be programs in place to help foster that create a better work environment and create more opportunities for women to feel comfortable when they have something that happens familial wise in their life, so that they can keep on going, you know, as far as their personal and their professional, that they're strong with both of them.
That's awesome. Any comments, ladies?
Yeah, when I was in the workforce, there was always the stay-at-home moms versus the working moms, and it was terrible. I don't understand why people think just because we don't do it their way or our way, that's the wrong way. Everybody has their own path, and everybody needs to make their own decisions on that.
Spot on. Exactly.
So true. Coming back to you, Anna, living at the intersection of multiple identities, you've experienced both tokenism and exclusion. What lessons can workplaces learn about moving from token representation to true inclusion?
This is an amazing question, and I'm still, I suppose my thoughts are racing in terms of what Jennifer just shared with respect to women sometimes not supporting women. I think that we can concentrate on the movable middle, and dare I say, I think it's easier for women to support women. But we don't always do that. And that's probably because there's only one seat at the table for us most of the time in the patriarchal makeup that we have. I have been in circumstances where men have been more ready to offer me their seat at the table because there's hundreds of other seats for them, whereas women are more likely to resource guard that seat for the specific purpose of knowing that there's only one seat for one woman. And so if it's not me, it's you. And if it's not you, it's me. And so we have to compete. And that's combative. And I suppose what's unfortunate with that is the amount of scaffolding that's required to deliver that message. Because do you know what men say, generally speaking, when this happens? Oh, women don't support women. This is a women's issue. This has nothing to do with me, right? And so then that perpetuates it. So instead of having this, I suppose, zero-sum equation mentality of it's not enough for me to win, others need to fail, let's not build let's extend out our tables rather than build higher fences. I think that from a workforce perspective, if we concentrated on facilitating true equity, diversity, and inclusion, if we, I suppose, to quote Ruth Bader Ginsburg, right, as in when will we have achieved true equality? When all 12 women happen to be there. I don't know the American judicial system. Is it 12? It's 12, right?
Yeah.
Right. I suppose once it becomes normalized that you can have a room full of women as board members, directors, CEOs, whatever the case may be, when we need to actually swing the pendulum the other way and think about how do we include more men in the conversation, maybe that's when we will sort of understand how we can facilitate better experiences for everyone. I suppose there's a really great quote, again, forgive me, I don't know who said it, but if we can improve the life of a differently abled woman of colour with carers' duties, we have improved the lives of everyone.
Oh, wow. Wow, that is interesting. Well, you have your work cut out for you in terms of who you are being right now. I can say that again. You certainly chose to show up and manifest in this life with multiple intersectionalities there. Oh my gosh. Going now to you, Lynn. Writing became a way for you to process grief and eventually led to your first book. What role has storytelling played in your own healing, and how can it help others on a similar path of pain?
Well, one, I think stories connect us. I mean, before we had paper and pen, I mean, that's how we talk to each other. I really think stories connect us. If you've ever listened to a speech, when someone's telling a story, you're either connecting to them or not. Stories are extremely powerful. And writing became my way to get rid of and to let go of all my emotions and to then turn the script and flip the script into something more empowering, because I truly believe that our greatest influence on our lives is our inner dialogue, what our self-talk is telling us. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times it's negative, and that's because our brains are set up that way. We're negativity biased. But I think that once we become aware, we can then change our dialogue to something that is more forgiving, more self-loving. I myself have struggled with self-love. And I really think that when I started using more powerful and empowering words, and that is when I started to find gratitude. I started to find my purpose. I started to stand in my own power.
That's wonderful. You know, it's interesting that as women, we have this inner voice that says things to ourselves that we would never say to our best friend.
Yes, that is so true, Gertrude. Gertrude, that's like 1,000%.
And learning to catch yourself when this little voice is in your ear, chattering away, and being aware of how you're being towards yourself. That negative self-talk is a very difficult thing to get rid of. But I think once you become aware of it and you catch it and you say, would I say this to my best friend? we start to love ourselves just a little bit more, that inner voice can really drive you crazy. I could see all of you could relate to her.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think we ever get rid of it, but I
No.
think we can make slow steps to just be more kind to ourselves.
I
Yeah.
actually have a tattoo of a paw print on my finger here, if you can see it, because my best friend and I have a matching one. And our motto is, if you wouldn't say it to a puppy dog, don't say it to yours.
I like that.
And it's actually quite remarkable, because there are days where I'm like, Anna, why have you done this? This is so stupid. I'm like, I'm so cute, you little mistake. Like, so it's funny, the code switching that can happen. Something so simple.
I love that. Anna.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is so true. Well, to go to you, Jennifer, you said something really interesting. You said it's not about moving past it, it's moving through it and pulling it with you. How has that philosophy shaped the way that you lead in business and in life?
I have so much more grace than I ever had before. I realized that the things that I thought were the worst possible things that can happen, kind of like we were talking about earlier, are not. But I know that, like, to Lynn's point about telling a story, I mean, we go through these things for a reason. And I feel like, you know, we always talk about in faith about our testimony. We talk about, you know, our platform or wherever you feel in the world that comes from. I think that's pulling you through it, and you got to take some of that with you. You have to, you're learning something from it, and there's something that you're picking up that you're supposed to either make a change with, you're supposed to adjust, other people can learn from you. And I think that also shows like your perseverance that you have. I mean, things are going to constantly happen throughout your life, and it's how you move through them. You know, you can't avoid them. You don't know when they're going to happen, and they're going to become a part of you. And the quicker that you accept it and just kind of pivot with it, you know, I think is the better chance you have of moving forward and out of that space that you're in. It's always going to be there. I mean, all of us that have had something happen to us, there's going to be things that'll just drop you and remind you. There'll be something silly that I see, and I still to this day struggle, like, oh, I'll have an emotional moment. It hits me out of nowhere. It takes me back to a place I don't want to be, but I quickly pull myself back again. But then it also has me have a little more grace with people, helps me understand things a little bit more, help me be more compassionate and kind. But it can also bring a fire in you too, because like I always said, I was the worst person for people to work for after my son got sick, because yes, they never wanted to call out. They could call out sick, but it was like they would call out for a little bellyache. My kid's getting chemo, throwing up, and then he's back playing with kids again. So it's like the world's worst. So, I mean, another way, it's just kind of like, don't give me that excuse. Like, I've seen 10 times worse. You're all right. You're good. You can make it through it. So I think it does both to you, actually.
It does. It truly does. All right. I'm going to go through my last round of questions, and going back to you, Anna. Your same-sex ballroom dancing illustrates power and role shifting really fluidly. How can that metaphor help us to reimagine leadership and equity in everyday life?
Look, I'm going to answer what is otherwise kind of already a metaphor to my lived experience with another metaphor, because that's what I do, right? Like, I think that in relationships, for instance, we take it in turns between who is a flower and who is a gardener, in the sense that a flower needs to be tended to, watered, fertilized, whatever the case may be. My dog has views on this as well. I have a husky, so he's quite vocal. He's definitely a flower and not a gardener. We don't take it in turns. But the thing is that in any dynamic, I think that it's important to be able to switch between who does that, right? And so with my partner, for instance, sometimes I'll come home and I'll say things like, I only have 30% to give. And he'll go, okay, well, I have 70, and together that can make 100. Other times we come together, I only have 10%. He only has 10%. And guess what? We have takeout. So I suppose that in terms of leading and following, what's really cool is that it's intuitive. But another analogy somebody stop me, right? Is that I'll use this, that if you're playing tennis, who cares who serves and who responds, right? It's much of a muchness. Once the ball is in the air, you got to hit it back. And that's all it is. That's the difference between leading and following. But it's also knowing when to take a step back, when to allow someone else to lead, and things of that nature.
Oh, I love it.
That's great, Anna.
Yeah, very good.
Awesome. My last question for you, where am I? That was Anna Lynn, is talk about turning tragedy into purpose and grief into gratitude. What practical steps can someone take today to begin flipping their own script?
Well, first, I think you have to accept your current situation. You can't flip something that you're not accepting or aware of. And to do that, you can take baby or tiny steps. You can say, what can I do to improve this situation? And it could be something small. You also have to be kind with yourself and know that sometimes it's a back and forth thing. You may not be able to get to the end as quickly as you want. And sometimes you're going to take one step forward to take 2 steps back, and that's okay. That's just part of your journey. And to get through grief or tragedy or anything else, I think one of the easiest ways is just to start counting your blessings. It will lessen your stress, and it will eventually make you find more joy. So just look for little things. It doesn't have to be something big, just like a walk in nature or seeing a bird fly or whatever it is. I really think that gratitude and helping others will get you out of a bad space a little bit faster.
I like that. Yeah, when you focus on other people and realize exactly where you're at, if you see someone who's less advantaged than you, it does help you reframe sometimes when you're going through difficult times.
Mm-hmm.
That's really good advice. All right, last but not least, Jennifer, we end with you. And my question is, your story shows that resilience is forged in fire. What advice would you give women who feel like life keeps kicking them down and they don't know if they can rise again?
That is a wonderful question to ask, because I've been in that situation. I mean, I and even recently, just when I think I get over one thing, something else wants to knock me back down again. And it is so easy to fall into that woe is me kind of thing, even if it as bad as it can be. And so the resilience of what keeps picking you up is that you don't know what the next moment brings. So as much as you think that the next moment could bring something else bad happening, it could also bring something that's the best joy you've ever experienced. You just don't know. That's the beauty of life. It's an adventure. And if you're going to climb a mountain, you're going to have moments where you're going to do really well. And there's moments where you're going to come across something that wasn't on the map. And you're going to have to traverse it and have to do it. At the end of the day, the goal is to get to the summit, right? No matter how you go and get there. And so you have to find the small things in life that you find pleasure in, and bask in them when you have them. If it's taking a vacation, if it's, being on a trivia show or something, I mean, whatever it looks like, maybe just taking your kids that you get to go to camp with them or something. I don't know, however that looks for you, maybe something personal, writing a book, writing something, whatever that is, you need to put that milestone in there and you need to hit it, because in between there is when all of the life is going to happen. And so the one thing I always tell everybody is that if you got through something once, you can get through it again. And then take what's happening to you and figure out, even though I may not know why, what can I do with this to use this to not only better myself, but better all the people around me and share with other people so we can leave this place better than we found it.
Oh, fantastic. Beautiful way to end this session. Ladies, I do not have the words to thank you on behalf of the HerStory community for coming online and sharing your stories. Your courage, your honesty, your wisdom has been incredible. And I thank you for challenging us to recognize the difference between performative gestures and real allyship, and also reminding us that intersectionality is not a theory, but a lived experience. Lynn, thank you for your vulnerability.
Thank you,
into
Gertrude.
the unimaginable grief into a message of hope, and showing us that even in the ashes, gratitude and renewal can be found. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And Jennifer, thank you for your raw and powerful story of resilience as a mother, an entrepreneur, and teaching us that strength is often forged in our hardest trials. So each of you has been a gift for us, not just with your voices, but with the lessons that will remain with us after today, to live authentically, to reframe our stories, and to rise again no matter what life brings us. You really all embody the heart of her story and making the impossible possible, which is the theme for our conference this year. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you,
It's been an
Gertrude.
absolute
Thank you, Lynn and Anna. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. Thank you for doing this, Gertrude. This is amazing.
Thank you. We'll see you again next year, and we'd love to follow up on what happens next.
Thank you so much.
Bye, ladies. Bye. Thank you so much to everybody who tuned in up until now. Our next speaker has just arrived. Crystal, welcome, welcome, welcome to the tribe. Wonderful to have you with us today. I will just read out your bio before you take over the stage and share your story with us. So Crystal is an award-winning social impact strategist, an international speaker, and the first Black DC Miss USA for 2025. With a background in social work and therapy and a lifelong love of storytelling, she builds a platform that blends style, strategy, and service to create transformational change. So Crystal, it is an absolute honor to have you with us today. The stage is yours. Thank you so much for coming.
Yes, it's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me and for giving me the opportunity to share my story. Thank you, and for that amazing bio and intro. And I really just kind of want my message today to be one of hope and one of resilience and one of believing in something bigger and greater outside of yourself, and not waiting around for other people to see that in you. What was mentioned in my bio is that I'm the current Miss Black District of Columbia, USA 2025. And I recently represented DC at Miss Black USA and placed top 10. My platform, Resilience Through Reading, is where I aim to inspire youth to heal, learn, and lead through the power of literacy. And that platform is one that was really born out of something very authentic and close to my heart. Earlier, she had mentioned my background is in social work and in therapy. And so I've worked as a social worker, I've worked as a therapist, specializing in working with children and families. And I got my career really started working as in child welfare. And so every day I got to work with families, work with children who'd faced unimaginable challenges and were still trying to move forward. And not just even in the children I was working with who'd been affected by whatever situation had led their family to interacting with me, but also by the families and the situations that had led them to this point in their lives. And really, the really cool thing about social work is I think you get to learn how one of the big theories in social work is person and environment. And so it focuses on how we as people are us, and I am, Crystal, I'm a Black woman living in America, living in DC, and also I have my own, personality traits, my own quirks, and those things look very different depending on the environment I'm in. And so really social work emphasizes a holistic view of how that person is and also how that person could be in different environments. And so I say this to say that having that background of and having that framework of being a person in environment, having that lived experience of working in child welfare and working with families, I got to see very much how people's lives had led them to that point where I was interacting with them. I got to work with families who were plagued by generational issues, generational trauma. I worked with some families where I had worked with the parent the mom as a parent, as well as the mom as a child. I'd worked with their siblings, I'd worked with multiple members of their family, and you could really see it was a systemic issue. But beyond that, I also saw people's willingness to want to try again, and their willingness to go and put forth effort for a new day. Their willingness to believe in a possibility outside of themselves and to believe in something bigger, and to have hope that there could be something not even bigger or better, but just different. And that foundation really inspired my pageant platform. And all of this kind of happening in conjunction in my life. I didn't start pageantry until kind of later in the game. I was in my 20s. I was already out of graduate school. I had my master's in social work and I was working full time. But I'd always had a big passion for service and being a service leader. And so outside of grad school, I found myself wanting to pursue service in a new and different way. And I found myself pursuing that through pageantry. When I started doing pageantry, I won a title for an organization, and the organization's platform was anti-bullying. And so I was going to different organizations and speaking about anti-bullying with young women. And that really led me to an introduction of putting my own spin on things, because even though it wasn't a Black pageant or a Black organization, I focused on speaking to Black girls in my predominantly white area and sharing about the racially charged moments behind their bullying experience, something that I have found is vastly left out of curriculum. And talking about bullying and anti-bullying awareness is sort of the racial nuances that come in with bullying. And so I made a lot of connections, going to different organizations, speaking with these young women. And then later, as I expanded my own platform into trauma-informed care and building resilience for children to address childhood trauma, I went back to those organizations and was training them on what it means to be trauma-informed, how to be trauma-informed and working with children. And that's really where I got my start consulting, actually. And that's what started my transition into being a social impact strategist, is those organizations then came back around to me and were asking for my expertise in other things. And I built partnerships. I consulted on program development and operations as far as like staff training and onboarding. And that opportunity also opened my doors to other facilitation and within the social impact lane. So I started working with fitness coaches and business coaches on how to be trauma informed. I worked with some business coaches who were talking about mindset in business, but wanted to bring in a therapist's expertise. I started consulting with some AI companies on different things, and it really expanded my eyes into using my expertise in different ways instead of just one-on-one work. But while this is going on, I'm building my own platform, and I'm focusing on resilience, and I'm going to organizations and I'm training them, and I'm doing outreach in the community. And it's really growing because in my own life, I'm facing challenges and I'm turning to what I always knew, which is reading. People asked me how I managed to do social work, how I survived it, how I handle it every day. And I would tell them all the time the same answer, which is that I would read every night before bed. And really reading every night allowed me to clear my head. It allowed me to connect with the story outside of myself and outside of all the stories that I'd had to bear witness to that day and all the struggles that I had to see. And it allowed me an opportunity where I know I could find an ending that I wanted, or I knew I could find some insight that I was missing. Reading really gave me the tools, the language, and the support I needed to face the difficulties that were going on in my life. During the midst of this, the pandemic hit, and I went from not just being a social worker to being a first responder, being an essential worker, having to assist families in navigating unprecedented challenges, and I had no idea how to help them. I had no idea what to tell families when I could tell them that they can't be leaving their children home alone, but they had to go to work and there was no daycares that were open. I was facing difficulties without an ounce of support and with nothing to turn to. But what was there was the opportunity to look to a possibility of a better future, of a possibility where things were less hectic, and to step outside of myself when I stepped into a book. Living out those challenges and turning to literature and turning to reading, as someone who's always been a lifelong lover of books, lover of literature, and avid reader, really inspired me because I realized so many people were missing out on the power of literacy. They were missing out on a proven tool that helps build resilience, that helps us cope with life's challenges, that helps us address trauma. So many people were missing out on that because they either, one, weren't literate, or two, didn't view reading in that way. And so that's what really allowed my platform to naturally sort of transition into focusing on not just building resilience, but building resilience through reading. And so from that, I started launching story times and book clubs and read-alongs, speaking with kids, doing curated book lists around topics. This year, I launched Read Her Story, which is my Women's History Month literacy campaign. And so I did a ton of activations. I partnered with 5 different community organizations for 6 different events. And that brings me to my second point, which is that no one asked me to do all of this. No one came to me and said, Crystal, go and sign up for a pageant, and it's going to be what starts your consulting career. It's going to be what pushes you to grow as a speaker. It's going to be the foundation of what helps you transition to a social impact strategist. No one told me to go and launch this initiative that has touched hundreds of youth across the district. I've been able to serve as a guest lecturer for my alma mater and train other therapists on using alternative methods to enhance their therapy when working with different populations like children. No one told me to do any of those things. And if I sat around waiting for someone's permission to do those things, they wouldn't have gotten done. And I think so often in my life, I can look at examples where I was thinking I was in the wrong because nobody was validating me preemptively. Nobody was saying I should go and do this. I wasn't getting recognized the way I wanted. And I think so often as women, we can sit around and wait for people to give us permission to be great. And I always say, like, no one gave me permission to be kind. No one gave me permission to be loving, to be good natured, to be giving. And so if I didn't need permission to be all of those things, I also didn't need permission to go after my dreams, to go and be great, to be successful, to try and change myself into someone that I wanted to be. I didn't need permission for any of those things. And I really think that's often when we are losing hope, when we're losing frustration, when we're losing sight of getting kind of lost in the sauce of things. I think it's sometimes because we're looking for other people to come and save us, or to do the hard thing for us, or to lift us back up, or show us the way. But people can never show you what you're not already looking for. And so I want my message to really be one of taking the first step without knowing the destination you're trying to get to. When I signed up for my first pageant, I had not a fraction of the ideas it would open for me, or the opportunities, or the perspective change that it would give me. And so I had no idea I was going to get those things out of it. I just thought, like, what do I have to lose? And I didn't have anything to lose, but I had everything to gain. And so often that we hold ourselves back because we don't think we could be doing that, or should be doing that, or that it's not going to bring us something, or that we look silly doing that. I didn't tell many people in my personal life, that I was doing pageants for a long time, or I like trickled that information out because I was afraid of what that judgment would come with. But I never let that judgment stop me from pursuing something. because if I had, I would be the only one who was missing out by not going after what I wanted. And so that's the message I have for this evening, is to not be afraid of pursuing your dreams, to not be afraid of starting something new and starting a journey that you're unsure of, and that you should be willing and wanting to crown yourself with or without anyone's permission.
Wow, thank you so much, Crystal. What an inspiring story. You know, when I first met you, I just couldn't get over how I'd met this young woman who didn't let anything, you know, get in her way. You were so bold and confident in knowing what you really want in life, which is, it's not an easy thing for most women to see. Now, you said that your crown is a mirror and not a pedestal. How has pageantry become a platform for you to reflect and empower the stories of women who are not often seen?
Yeah, it is. I think it is absolutely, it's a mirror, not a pedestal. I always say that life is like a pageant, and pageantry is just putting it on stage. There's nothing in pageants that you get evaluated on or judged on that you're not judged on in everyday life. Your speaking abilities, your appearance, how you can carry yourself, communicate your ideas, your platform, and your personal brand and what you stand for. Those things follow us in everyday life. And so pageantry for me has really been an opportunity to see how I've grown over the years, and to see how I've deepened my brand, to deepen my passion, to deepen my impact work, and to just grow as a woman and as a leader. And pageantry has been a way for me to reflect that back. And so I really want to and have been able to use this time and to use this platform to also to be able to share other women's stories and to empower other women to go after their dreams, and to not let what they think of themselves hold themselves back from who they can be. I always tell people I grew up until probably through college thinking I was absolutely like hideous, so ugly. If you would have told me that I was became a pageant queen, I would have told you were absolutely crazy. And I share that so openly because so many people are like, I could never do that. You know, I'm not that confident. I'm not that confident either. I just didn't let not being confident hold me back.
I love it. I love it. It's almost like you have to feel the fear and do it anyway, right? Because everything you do want is on the other side of fear. So, coming from a background in mental health and social work, how has your experience with trauma and healing shaped the way that you approach leadership and social impact today?
Yeah. I really pride myself in wanting to evaluate things with all of those things in mind. And so looking at what does it mean to be trauma informed? What does it mean that the person, you know, in front of me might be experiencing right now? And how does that impact how I show up? I think of so many times where I have reacted to things, and it's not really about what's happening in front of me. It's about what's happened in the past behind me. And so I always keep in mind when people are showing up a certain way, instead of jumping to my own first reaction, I always like to pause and think, like, where can I explore more? And so I think really when it comes to leadership, when it comes to just connection with people, I think we really have an opportunity to just pause sometimes and slow down. And instead of reacting ourselves, making sure we're responding to the people in front of us, and also that the people in front of us are responding to us and not to other things that might have happened to them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because sometimes people respond based on their own experiences, right?
Yeah.
And they bring all their excess baggage into the conversation. And yet that's not the case. I love that. So you often remind people that you are enough, your story matters, and that you have the power to make an impact. What steps can women take to start owning their stories as tools for change?
Own the fact that you never know who needs to hear your story. And you never know the impact that your sharing is going to have on someone. I remember hearing someone speak years ago, and they talked about, being an artist in a cathedral is doing work that, back when they were building cathedrals, it took like 100+ years to build, right? You were never going to see your end result of your work. And I think our stories are the same way. You will never know the full impact your story has on someone. I can tell you so many times when I've shared something that was seemingly small to me, and someone came back months down the line and told me that made a difference in their lives. And I only know what people have told me. And so not to be afraid to share. Know that someone might need to hear it. Know that you're probably not alone. I can say as a therapist, people come to me with things that they don't come to most people with. And the things I hear are not as uncommon as people would think. And that's why I love doing group therapy so much, so that people can share their stories with each other. Because that's just a moment for connection. It's an opportunity for healing. And the more you own your story, the more healing becomes available to you, and the more healing becomes available to the people around you.
And the more you share it, the better you heal.
Yes.
The healing comes in the sharing. I love it. Wow. So now that you have this platform, many young women are struggling with visibility and building self-confidence, especially with social media, the Instagram pictures that young girls are seeing. What advice do you share with those who feel that their voices don't belong in the rooms of influence?
Yeah, I think social media has really kind of given us this instant fame, instant viral moment mindset, like everything can happen overnight. And things can happen overnight, and they do on the internet. But I think confidence is not something that's built instantly. You can't microwave your confidence. That's something that's built. True confidence, in my opinion, is something that's built brick by brick. It's not going to come from likes. It's not going to come from going viral or from being validated from other people. It's going to come from every challenge that you face, that you feel better about, everything you've overcome, every hardship that is a little easier today. That's the brick by brick that's laying the confidence, and you can't rush that, and that's not really going to happen online. So I think so many young women, just get caught up in the social media sauce, for lack of a better term. And I would tell them to be visible online, like share your work online, absolutely. Share your personality online, be visible online, but the confidence is going to be built offline.
That is so true. Yeah, then you take it online once you've built it.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, pageantry is often stereotyped as being all about beauty and competition. How have you redefined it as a space for authenticity, visibility, and social change?
Yeah, I think for me, I don't think it's just really redefining it as a space for that. I think that's what pageantry is, and it's really challenging those misconceptions that people still hold about pageantry. I just competed at Miss Black USA earlier this month, and 80% of the contestants had master's degrees or were in grad school. So 80% of young women to be so highly educated, on that stage really shows that these women just aren't gorgeous. They were also talented and amazing and smart and all of those things. And pageantry really is meant to showcase how multifaceted women can be. And I think just continuing to share my message and share the work that so many women were doing up there. They were doctors, they have dance studios, they're trainers, they run nonprofits, they're doing impact in their community. It's not a stage full of just beauty queens. It's really a stage full of change makers, and owning that and sharing that to people hopefully inspires more women who want to go make a difference in their community to use pageantry as a development ground. I say it is the best personal development training program, and it is a leadership pipeline, and I want more people to recognize that.
Yeah, and it certainly gives you a platform to leverage, to be seen. If you utilize it well, eyes shine on you when you are on that platform. So it all depends on how you use it when you are in the competition and you come out on the other side, correct?
Yes. And I say for any woman who's going into pageantry, I always say like come in with some goals for your year and then make sure that you're reaching your goals. I know a girl, she said when she won, she said no one was going to say no to her. So she was going to ask for every internship, every offer, every tour, mentors, everything. Because why not? This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. So
Might as well use it. You might as well use it. Now, my last question for you is this. You have a mission. You say that your mission is to be the mirror you once needed growing up. What does that mean to you personally? And how do you hope to be that mirror for the next generation of young women?
For me personally, I thought that for me to be what I wanted to be, I'd have to be a different person. Like I didn't think I, as Crystal, was capable of being the person I wanted. I didn't think I was smart enough, pretty enough, talented enough to really achieve the things I wanted and show up the way in the world. And so telling people that all the things that I thought were negative or weird or bad about myself were all strengths, and you just got to play to your strengths, and you don't have to change who you are to be who you want to be. I, was such a bookworm growing up. I always had my nose in a book, and I call myself as a bad thing, but now I get to use this as an opportunity to share my love of storytelling to make a positive impact. And so I want to tell other people to follow your passions and your interests and use your own creativity and don't be scared to do something different. For me, I always felt like if I wasn't doing it the exact same way as the person who'd done it before, I must have been doing it wrong. And so if I could leave the next time I went with anything, it would be to let that mindset go.
Fantastic. Crystal, thank you so much for coming online and being a part of our online summit. Absolutely incredible to always reconnect with you, find out what you're doing, and hopefully we'll see you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to everybody who tuned in today. We're going to take a small commercial break now for 15 minutes before I come back online with our next guest. In the meantime, go and grab a cup of coffee, stretch your legs, get some water, and I will see you back here in 15 minutes. Thanks again, Crystal.
Thank you.
Bye for now, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now going into session 2 of the HerStory Online Summit. Here we go. Back, everybody. I have just taken a small break after being online since 5 o'clock this morning with the HerStory Online Summit 2025. I really have to thank my last guests who were here for your inspiring stories. And we open up this session with a very special presentation that is coming to us in a virtual way. As you know, HerStory Circle is a social impact movement. Every year, we try and find one person, one woman, one cause that we can get behind. Our focus is on women and children primarily, the elderly and the homeless since COVID. And our next speaker is a very special woman who is coming to us from New South Wales, Australia. Now, we have an urgent appeal for Bernice Williams. For nearly 50 years, Bernice has dedicated her life to love, family, and faith. She's been the rock of her household, caring for her own husband through cancer, raising 4 children, and now 2 grandchildren. But today, Bernice faces her own battle. She was diagnosed with leukemia. After surviving double pneumonia, she's now preparing for a life-changing stem cell transplant. I know that she's getting ready for it right now, and I'm really glad that the timing of us showing this particular video and sharing her story will help. Despite her son stepping forward as a partial donor, the treatment is long, intensive, and comes with an overwhelming financial strain. Bernice meets every challenge with courage and unwavering faith, saying that God really led us to trust him with his children. Now she needs us. Please donate. A lot of you know that a lot of people helped me when I went through my struggle with heart failure. A crowdfunding campaign very similar to this was put up by one of my friends. And Rachel, you will never know how grateful I was for the help that you gave me. It's not easy when you lose your health. When you lose your health, you lose your wealth. So every donation matters. It doesn't matter what the size. It will help to lift the financial burden of the medical and living expenses, allowing Bernice to focus on healing. So together, we can give her a chance to keep inspiring others with her strength and her story. So please give generously. I will share the GoFundMe campaign link with this video. A podcast that brings you the extraordinary tales of everyday women who are changing the world. I'm your host, Gertrude Mache, and I'd like to acknowledge traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. I also like to pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. Every week, we dive into the lives, challenges, and triumphs of women from all 4 corners of the globe. We're here to inspire, enlighten, and connect, sharing stories that uplift and empower. So grab a cup of coffee, settle in, and join us as we explore the incredible journeys of women shaping our future. This is Her Story. Every woman's voice matters. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Her Story Circle. This is Gertrude Mache here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia. And today I am graced with the presence of yet another fascinating woman. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our tribe. Please tell everybody your full name, where you're based, and share your story with us today.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bernice Williams. I am currently living in the Blue Mountains. I'm a West Indian woman. I grew up in the West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago, in the Caribbean. I went to London. I'm from a family of 16 brothers and sisters, so I moved over to London, where I had a brother based there, and went to do a bit of studying over there. During that time, a couple of years later, I met my husband, Peter. He's an Englishman. It was, I wouldn't say a love story, but it was like divine appointment from God. It's been a wonderful journey with him. From there, we lived there for about 10 years because all his family is in England. And then we came over to Australia in 1981 with 2 children, and later on had another 2 children. So we got 4 children. It's been, my husband has worked in the upholstery field for years, and I joined him on, in that field as well. So we ran a business for the last 40 years. Also raising children. It's been, then from there we moved to Sydney, and then from Sydney we moved to the Central Coast, and now we are living currently in the Blue Mountains. It's a nice, quiet lifestyle, I think, especially as we are more mature in years. And like I said, we are also raising 2 young children, so it's a beautiful setting for us. The journey that we are on at the moment is one of a lot of faith, and like I say, lots and lots of challenges come your way, but it's how you overcome them. You have to find ways to combat the whole situation. With my husband by my side, my best friend, it's a wonderful, it's just a joy, having a best friend by your side. We've never really, we've never had marital problems, but I've had just about every other problem, because raising children, 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl, it has not been too easy. But, we are on this next stage of our life where we are having to deal with things that a little bit beyond our control, but we are able to, we have a lot of support from friends and family around our community to help us, as we go along. I have been living here for the past 3 years. I was based in New South Wales before, and also on the Central Coast. And I'm actually living here now, which is the most beautiful place in the world. My story is one of hope, lots of challenges, and boy, there's so many things that we can talk about that is very empowering. I hope my story would be a little bit of an enlightenment to people that actually read it and can get some support from it. I have been married for the last 50 years to my husband, Peter Williams. We've got 4 grown-up children, helped to raise 14 grandchildren, and currently raising 2 little children. We've had them from birth. Lots of challenges, but God is good. I'm a strong believer in my faith, and I believe that when you do good things come back to you. I am a very very active in my church life, and in I love hosting. I love helping people. My life is, I feel very blessed that even though I've come across a lot of challenges in my life, I still feel very blessed. I was diagnosed in 1986 with a chronic illness called lupus. It was a very challenging time and extreme pain, and lots of grueling, extreme treatment. That went on for quite a few years. At that time, while the children were young, the 4 children were very young. They all had whooping cough, which lasted 4 months. My husband has always been by my side. We are best friends, and together we've battled. We just carried on, and kind of went through the next hurdle. Then a few years later, my husband was diagnosed with cancer. He actually went through, that lasted for about 2 years. He was in remission, and after a period of time, we thought everything was going okay. Then about 2.5 years later, he was diagnosed with cancer again, the second time. So that was again, another challenging time of our life. I was always by his side, and together we combat the situation. He actually had stem cell treatment. They was able to give him his own stem cells, which was great. He's currently in remission, but the struggles still go on. Couple of years ago, I was diagnosed. I was rushed to Neopian Hospital because I had diagnosed with double pneumonia. And during that time, they did blood tests and found out that I had leukemia. Another challenging time of our life. It was, I think I was in denial for about 3 months. It was terrible. Anyway, since then, I've had the most wonderful doctors around me and medical people just sewing into my well-being. And they have, looked after me very well. They've decided that I would be a good candidate for stem cell treatment. So for the last 1.5 years, I've been on this journey to preparing me to have stem cell. They had me down to have a donor. The first 2 donors pulled out for whatever reason they don't tell you. So that was very devastating time. Anyway, my son, the youngest one, he came forward and did a lot of testing and found out that he would be able to be a donor for me. He's just like 50%. When it's your sibling or your, relative, is like 50%. So he was able to be a donor for me. So in the last few months, it's been a roller coaster ride. It's been up and down. It's bone marrow treatment, so many different trips backward and forward to Nepean Hospital and also to Westmead Hospital. It's been grueling at times. But, as I said, I have a strong faith in God, and, that's the belief that I've never ever thought that I was going to die, but I always knew that it was going to be a rocky road. So I am going through a lot of challenges at the moment, lots of side effects. At the moment, I'm having treatment again for right up until they're able to get me in to have stem cell treatment. So it's a little bit bittersweet, but like I said, you have to roll with the punches.
You have gone through a lot in your life.
Yes.
It sounds to me like you've had one challenge after another. And I know that getting a diagnosis of cancer can be life-altering.
Mm-hmm.
How did you find the inner strength to face that moment?
I think the way I see it is, as I said, having a best friend by your side every day, and someone that you can confide in, which is my husband. And the love of my faith has been the most important part of my life. I grew up always believing in God, and my mom was a devout Christian, so she's sort of passed that on. And I think growing up in the West Indies, I think with a lot of Black folks as well, you tend to have a little bit more resilience, I think, to be able to draw strength from. So I've never been a quitter. I've never been one to give up so easily. So yeah, I just thank God every day and ask for increased strength to be able to do what I'm doing today. So yeah, and having good people around, like I said, I recognize the help from the doctors and the medical field. It's been good.
So what are some of the biggest emotional and mental challenges that you've had to overcome during your healing journey?
I think kind of realizing that how strong the type of person I was. I mean, growing up, I always thought I was a weak person. I didn't have a lot of confidence. But I think going through this and seeing my husband also, what he endured both times with cancer, and I actually nursed him through a lot of it. I've actually, and then having the two young children from birth that we are raising, I think all of that has made me a stronger woman. It's made me, a lot tougher, so to speak, and just the love of to be able to help other people as well. I think that's my biggest joy. Even on days when I'm feeling low, I tend to want to do something for someone else. Yeah.
Now, I had the pleasure of meeting you in person, and you spoke about the power of positivity. How important was maintaining a hopeful mindset towards recovery while you're on this journey?
Well, I think from day one, and like I said, I think it's who I am. I've never, I'm not a quitter, and I'm not one to give in to negative emotions. And I'm always trying to think of there's somebody else that is worse off than me. Mm-hmm. So relying on my faith and trusting in God that it's all going to be okay. I try and quote scriptures to myself some days when I'm in pain. And I said, Lord, you promised me this. You said, lean not on your own understanding. And I actually talk to myself like that. And like I said, I'm surrounded by most wonderful people each day. I get little tips from other people, little sayings that will help to encourage me. And that helps me to become stronger.
That's beautiful. Now, you and your husband chose to start or continue growing your business in the upholstery field after your health battle. How does your work reflect your personal philosophy of renewal and restoration?
Well, I think what happened after he had his second cancer, it was a matter of he just wasn't able to carry on with the business. And our business, he was more for years, 40 years self-employed. So we faced a lot of challenges with the banks and, financial difficulties and stuff like that. But we had to find a way out of it. So we more or less had to give up the business overnight. And I found myself ringing up debtors and people and just telling them, look, this is the situation. There isn't, I need help. And I found that there was help. People would give advice on what was the best way to go about it. So yes, I think once we've always tried to do things in our own strength, thinking that was the only way, never asking for help. And once we got to the point where we couldn't do it anymore, we had to submit. And we found life was a lot more tolerable.
Wow. Now, what advice would you give to others who are currently facing serious health battles or any life setback for that matter?
Well, I would say the first thing to do is to try and find, the brain is the most powerful thing that we've got. And I think if you were to think about, not think about it in a negative way, firstly, for me, I just thought, well, I'm not going to die. That's the first thing. So, and I have given advice to other people that have been going through the same thing. And I said, just think about it. You can be in denial for a while or whatever, but once you decide that you want to live, first of all, you have to decide, do you want to live? And if you choose that path, then you have to, beyond that, to me, that's on the road to recovery. And the rest just falls in line. It doesn't mean it's going to be easy. There's no 2 days that's the same. Each day I get up and I can reflect on, like today, I've been in extreme pain, but I find a way to channel that pain and not really blame anybody else for it. And, I find at the end of the day, it just, it's just another day, and this too will pass.
I love that. Now, would you say your grandchildren have been a big influence on your striving for wellness? You've got little ones that you care for at the moment. How does it work? What happens for you when you look at your grandchildren?
Well, first of all, I think, I often say God has got a sense of humor, and I continuously, as I say in the interview, keep bringing God into it, because that's all that's my life. And I use little antidotes like, God has got a sense of humor, even though we don't. Because at 60 years of age, my husband and I was, these children, they were born of the nature of drugs with their parents. And we, for some reason, these children, I said, God handed us these children to care for. And it wasn't like we decided, we've raised four children already and been involved with other grandchildren. But I felt like God just handed us these children and said, I want you to care for them. So that's what we did. We was obedient. And, it's not been easy, especially with the nature of how we end up having them. But it's been a joy. And through the eyes of your grandchildren, you remember your children.
Yes.
So there are times when I look at my grandson, he's our biological grandson, and we think back, wow, that's, I remember little things like that. So you turn it into fun. And then his little sister, she didn't have anyone. She's not biologically related to us, but we took her on board. And when we look at the joy that they bring into our lives, and also too, the most thing for me was I wanted them to have a voice. I want them to one day say, somebody made a difference in my life. So at 60 and 65, we decide we've got 2 young children. One is 9 and the other one is 4. And I feel we're doing an excellent job.
Wow, I absolutely love it. It's inspiring. And there's something that happens when we have children that age. I have my little grandson now, he's 4. And I see the world through the eyes of a 4-year-old now. And it's a beautiful world. He's down in the grass and the grubs looking for insects and, mushrooms. And really, my whole life has changed having him with me by my side as well.
Yeah.
Now, what role did your community, family, or support network play in your recovery and resurgence?
Oh, it's again just a wonderful journey. Throughout my whole Christian walk, we've had people sowing into our lives and supporting. And I think a lot of it is also because we have stepped out. We've never been one to go to church and just sit in the back pew. We've always sort of given. We've always been one to get involved in trying to see what we can do. And I think when you do that, you get you get to know people get to know you. So I would say, and living in coming, I often say we've left our homeland and we've come to it's like a new world, and you have to make it work. You have to you don't have your parents or your siblings or their, so, and you realize that there is good people around. So I found, because we have stepped out, people have reached us, and we've was very ill. They've been very, very supportive towards me. And even now, people are amazed. Often, even today, someone was saying to me, "But Benita, you look like you have cancer." You know, and it's like, it is, I said, but I do. And it's like, you know, we are going to help you through this, you know, because we are waiting for this testimony. You know, you are a living testimony. So, you know, it's been a great support, really wonderful. Yeah.
I love it. Now, if you could describe your transformation in 3 words, what would they be?
Wow, transformation. I would say I have gained a lot of positivity in my life. Again, like I said, when I was growing up, I didn't have a lot of, I had a lot of insecurities. I didn't think I was a strong person. My teenage years was not the best. And when I look at where I am today, I think, wow, you know, I'm such an advocate for younger people, for older people. I'm very real. I just love life. So, you know, it's an easy thing for me to, you know, my husband often say, you can just meet a person for the first time and just, you know, find out all about their life history in a few seconds. And it's not really being nosy or anything. It's just really letting people in as much as you want them to. So, you know, it's a big transformation. It's been good.
I love it. Now, if we could teleport you into the past, to that younger woman who found herself in the middle of a health challenge, struggling, not knowing how this thing is going to play out, just in case there's somebody who's listening to us right now who's just found out that they have cancer. If you could go back and give yourself 3 nuggets of wisdom based on what life has taught you up until this point, what would those 3 nuggets of wisdom be?
Well, I would say, first of all, if you are a believer and a believer in God, hang on to that, because that's my first thing. I would also say it's don't give in to negativity. Try and keep striving to be stronger in yourself, and also just think of what I am going through or what I have gone through could make a difference in the lives of somebody else. And I love that, because I love the idea of being able to help somebody. So I think it's really that positivity, the love of God, and the chance to be able to give something that that can help somebody else.
I love that. I can see that you're one of those people who's always looking outward as to how can I give, not what can I get.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, what legacy do you hope to leave through your story and your life?
Wow. You know, I often think about that. I wonder if I were to, you know, you hear of cliches where people have wanted to know what would happen if they, at a funeral, if they died or whatever. And I often think to myself, what legacy would I like? Well, I would like to be remembered as a person that actually love life, love humanity, a giver, a mother, a sister, a daughter. I am all of those things. A best friend, a confidant. I have been told I'm all of those things in my life, So if I can just put it all in one big bundle, I would say just a very gifted person, a very blessed person. And if people can remember me for those reasons, then I think I would have been able to say that, people remember me, my grandchildren especially, as a wonderful person. It would be nice for them to say my grandma was the most wonderful person because she was a giver and just a beautiful person.
That's absolutely beautiful. Very, very nice way for us to finish our day. I want to thank you for coming online and sharing your story with us today, Venice. I know that there are a lot of people who go through these challenges, go through these struggles. What could be one message that you can leave of hope for somebody who's listening and is feeling overwhelmed by the challenges that life is throwing at them?
I would say really, just don't give up. Don't think it's the end because you've been thrown, like a rotten egg has been thrown at you, so to speak. Don't think that it's the end, because there is always hope. And I think where there is hope, there's always, it's another day to be lived for. So don't, like I said, no 2 days are the same. What we go through as cancer sufferers or people that actually go through things, other people might think, well, you're looking good and you're doing okay. It is a very, very difficult time that, you will go through, but just don't give up and don't think that it's the end of the road. Fight with all your might. Surround yourself with positivity, try and do good. Each day you get up, just try and think, okay, again, like something simple, like I get up some days and I think, oh, my feet hurt or my legs hurt. And I think, comes in my head, think of the man or the woman that doesn't have legs.
Yeah.
So it gives me that a little bit more encouragement. Yeah.
It's such a simple way of reframing what you have.
Yeah. Be thankful for what we got and try and strive for the rest of my life, which is less time. I often say I've got less time left in this world. So, to do the things that I want to do. So, I have to make the most of it. And I want my children, my legacy to be, something of worth for people that know me, especially my family. And of course, again, to end on a note where if you have the joy or the blessings of a wonderful person by your side, whether male or female, my husband has just been my best friend. We've been married for 50 years and we are still best friends up to this day. And I think for a lot of people, we came into a relationship of mixed marriage. And again, it shows you it can work. It has nothing to do with color. A lot of it is to do with who you are as two human beings. So it's a wonderful joy. Even though I'm going through difficulties in my life now, each day I get up, he's there with me, and he makes me feel like I just got married this day. And I honestly mean that.
That's wonderful.
What more can I say? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming online and sharing your story with us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just hope that my story, as I said, will be some sort of, somebody somewhere will be listening to it and, can find a little bit of solace and, a little bit of hope and all of those things. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I know that we are going to be running a crowdfunding campaign to help support you in whatever way we can. I will share the link with the podcast. So if anybody out there is inspired to reach out, please give as much as you can so we can keep Bernice positive as she works through this next challenge that she's going through. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. The Her Story Circle is not just a podcast. We are a social impact movement that brings you the stories and voices of women from all over the world. We share our stories to uplift you, to inspire you, to energize you, but most importantly, to take you from where you are now to where you're trying to go. Today, you heard a very positive story of somebody who is still in the trenches of trying to get her health back on track. But the positivity that we heard today, I know will pull Bernice through. So tune in again tomorrow when I interview yet another amazing guest. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world, and bye for now. Thanks again, Bernice.
Thank you. Thank you, Gertrude. Thank you.
My sound was off. Thank you so much, Bernice, for sharing your story with us. We're now moving on to our next segment with two of our speakers who are coming to us from different parts of the world. Ladies, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
So every time we have a summit, we find either a woman in need, children, the elderly, the disabled that we can support. And Bernice Williams is our project for this particular summit. So I'm asking everybody who sees the link at the bottom, the GoFundMe number is 876-8D, the letter D, 7E8. Please go online and just put next to your name with your donation her story so she can see how powerful our movement is, how we support each other and help each other financially when we need that financial help. Absolutely wonderful to have had Bernice with us. So ladies, the way we're going to do it, we're going to start with you, Dr. Addison. You're going to give us a 15-minute presentation and you're going to share your story. And then Julie, you'll be next. And then we'll have a Q&A at the end where we unpack both of your stories. And welcome, welcome, welcome to HerStory. And thank you for both being here. All right.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. My story is, it has many twists and many turns, and I will start from the very beginning. I am Reverend Dr. Shellerine Addison. I come from East Orange, New Jersey, born and raised. My mother was from East Orange. My father is from Jersey City. They met when they were 9. They had a little mock wedding when they were 12. They started dating when they were 16. They got married at 18. And yesterday they celebrated 57 years of marriage. And for my entire life, I don't ever remember them arguing. I've never seen them argue. I've never seen her raise her voice to him, and I've never seen her never seen him raise his voice to her or her raise her voice to him. So my formative years, for various reasons, seemed kind of unrealistic because many people don't live a life like that. You always see arguing, but I've never seen it in them. And so I remember they chose not to give us church. My grandmother on my father's side was Presbyterian. My grandparents on my mother's side, mother's side were Baptist and Pentecostal. And so they went to church and were dragged to church. So they chose not to give us that lifestyle. Now they didn't give us church, yet they gave us God. So I remember learning how to pray when I was 2, 3, 4. We understood who God was. So from the time that I can remember, I've always known who God is, and I've always believed that God heard me. So when I was 7, so we didn't go to church a lot, and since my grandmother told us to. So my father met this AME pastor, African Methodist Episcopal, when I was about 7. I was going to an all-white Catholic school in Madison, New Jersey. And so he met this pastor of the AME church. So we started going to the AME church on Sunday. So, and then by the time I was 8, he had met this black rabbi from Harlem, New York. And they were the commandment keepers. It was the late 70s, probably 78, 79. and they considered themselves Hebrew Israelites. So that lets you know about how my formation of faith came. So on Sunday, I was at an African Methodist Episcopal church. On Monday through Friday, I was at an all-white Catholic school. All white meaning my family integrated. So there were only 5 Black children in this white school, and 3 of them were my siblings. And then on Friday nights and Saturdays, I went to this Hebrew Israelite synagogue that was very militant, if you will, spiritually militant. And so my formation of who I am as a person came through all of these experiences. So my experience in the AME church was Afrocentric, and God loves us all, and God is love, and Jesus loves you. And then Monday through Friday was a different form of love. It was Catholicism, and so there was purgatory, there were saints and all this kind of stuff. And then on Friday night and Saturday, it was, we learned Hebrew, we spoke Hebrew, we followed the dietary laws. And so the dichotomy of my life and the foundation of my faith were in these 3 very distinct theological understandings, each of them believing that this was the way to go. And so for me, I was present in myself enough to understand that these 3 different things kind of formed who I was becoming. And so at 8 years old, I decided I wanted to be a rabbi, right? Because I knew I could do it. What happened was, in the synagogue, girls had to sit in the back. So I'm telling you how I was formed. The woman in me stood up at 8 and said, no, that can't be true. Because they told me because I was a girl, I couldn't read from the Torah. I couldn't preach. There was a lot of stuff I couldn't lead because I was a girl, and God saw us in a different way. So my 8-year-old brain said, that can't be true. God wouldn't do that just because I'm a girl, because I can do it. And I was watching my brother, who cared nothing about God or anything. He was just like, because he was a boy, he had access. So this formed my understanding of what does it mean to be a girl. And so we would go to Sabbath school, and I would say, Rabbi would be teaching, and I would say, Rabbi, why are we not talking about Jesus in here? And the rabbi would give me this hope. My Hebrew name is Divashah. So he would say, Divashah, God wouldn't choose, this was his reasoning, God wouldn't choose one person to be more important than the rest of us. And so it's okay. That kind of made sense as an 8-year-old, right? And so I would ask questions all the time, and I'd be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. So years went on, and life went on, and I stopped asking questions, right? And so I just kind of started, I've always known who God was, so that was never an issue. So I went on, and, we went to the synagogue, and I got away from the AME church. I stopped going to the Catholic church, and it was just the synagogue. But when I turned 16, my father gave us options. We could choose what we wanted. So I circled back around to the AME church. So that's my religious perspective. My familial trauma came that my rejection from my father was very early. So I remember being a daddy's girl, like in my heart and in my mind. My father was everything to me, but for reasons that I wasn't aware of at that time, he wasn't receiving that at all, and was very mean and just very callous. And I became that typical little girl who had a lot of rejection issues. So fast forward, when I started dating, I realized over the years that I started dating people who rejected me just like my father. So I would get in relationships, and it was, now I understand what it was. At the time, I didn't know. I didn't know that I was recapitulating. I was recreating this rejection in my childhood. So I wound up marrying a man who was a habitual liar. He was a minister of music. And like I said, I've always known God. So every place I went, I was in ministry. So I started out teaching Sunday school, because I went back to the AME church when I was 16. So I was teaching Sunday school, young adults, all of that. So I was doing ministry. So here I am. I'm thinking, hey, you got to marry somebody from the church. That's what they said. That's what they told me. So he was the prophet's son. And I saw signs early on that something wasn't right. But what happens when you're in the church? They tell you just pray about it. The saved wife saves the unsaved husband, all this stuff. So we, over time, every church we went to, he had to have an assistant. And eventually, he had got the choir director pregnant. Turned out to be his baby. Everybody told me I couldn't leave because and by that time that she was pregnant, I was the children's pastor. So I was told I couldn't leave because I was in a pastoral role and I had to be responsible and all that kind of stuff. So what did I do? I was in seminary at the time. I was in seminary full time. My family lived on campus, and I had to make a decision. When I was young, we slept in the car sometimes. We had some food insecurity sometimes. And I just refused to do that to my kids. So I made a conscious decision to say, I'm an adult. I'm going to take one for the team. So I did. So I chose to stay in this marriage that I knew that was unfruitful for me. I believed in the time that I was strong enough to handle it so that my kids will have what they need. So I stayed married to him 5 more years with the hope, right? We have a deep-seated hope that things would change, that he would come around, right? That's what I thought. That is not what happened. So in those 5 years, I had to have a plan. So I had a plan. I said, okay, I'm going to get all my degrees. I'm going to get a job. I'm going to take care of the kids. In about 5 years, I told him, I said, I'm not leaving you because I don't love you. I'm leaving you because you won't act right. Right. So I had to leave. So I took the kids. I moved to Delaware. I graduated seminary in Philadelphia, Lutheran Theological Seminary. We moved to Garnet Valley. And then at that point, after he had the baby and all this kind of stuff, he kept cheating. It was crazy. I took the kids. We moved out because by this time she had had the baby a couple years and we stayed together. We went to a different church. He had another affair. We went to a different church. He had another affair. So now I'm carrying all of this foolishness, right? And people are saying she's so strong. She's so, she's such a good woman because she's standing by this man, and I just remember them saying to me, you can't leave. And they said, the saved wife covers the unsaved husband. And I said, well, what if he's saved, right? Because he's saved. He's a minister of music. Clearly, he's got to know who God is because he's anointed. Nobody had an answer. Nobody can answer the question. I had to, for all intents and purposes, it was my responsibility to carry this trauma for me, for him, for kids, for all women all over the world who are suffering in these marriages that they're absolutely unhappy. So eventually I left. I took the kids, became a hospice chaplain, started writing books, so books have become my therapeutic practice. That I've written about 20 books, and each book is a fragment, a piece of me that helps you to understand how I got to be where I got to be. And so I had to walk this journey where women have to understand that you can't be all things to all people. And I had to learn that the hard way. I can't be your sister and your confidant and your mom and all in one thing. And then I deserve to be happy. I deserve better than what I allowed to happen in my life. Now, that's not to say that some women aren't put in places where we are the collateral damage. Sometimes we are the collateral damage of other people's foolishness. And I have to tell you, I was very angry. I had to go through that point where I was very angry. And I will be honest with you, he was the minister of music. And I wanted him to get hit by lightning on the keyboard in the middle of praise and worship. I mean, I was angry for many reasons. We had a son on November 11th, 1999, and he died at 39 weeks. And so the culmination of and the compounding of trauma and life, and then everybody just expects you to look like you're okay. And heaven forbid you say you're not okay. That's not really allowed, especially culturally, right? We have this, what happens in this house stays in this house. So I wasn't supposed to tell anybody that he cheated. I wasn't supposed to tell anybody that now I have this bonus daughter that I didn't want to mother because my heart was broken and I felt like he robbed me of an opportunity to be loved for real. And that I felt like he gave one of my babies away and expected me to raise his mistress baby. Nobody gave me permission to be angry about that. Everybody kept saying it's not her fault. It's not the baby's fault. And my thing was, it's not my fault either. And when I tell you there was not one woman of faith that stood with me and said, you're right, it's not your fault. You can be angry. Everybody said, you can't leave. You're a pastor. You got to trust God, fast and pray. Your husband's going to turn around. And you know what I learned? You can't fast for somebody else's no to God. This man clearly said no to God, clearly. So I've had many things in my life that has happened that have been traumatic. And as I think about how I've got to this point, I understand that God was keeping me God was teaching me. God was healing me, right? So I never say healed, always say healing. Because every time you think about what happened, you got to get your mind right. And so, oh my Lord. So in seminary, I was going to join the military. So that I graduated seminary in 2005, and I was going to join the military. But again, we go back to this traumatic thing about having to move, having to be in the car. So I didn't want my kids to move every 3 years. So I didn't join the military. 10 years later, the opportunity came for me to join the military. So I joined the Army, the Delaware Army National Guard. So I currently serve as the first woman chaplain in the over 240-year history of the Delaware Army National Guard. So there's no, when you're a trailblazer, there's no template. There's no way for somebody to tell you this is how you are. So you carry the mantle. So now I'm the first woman chaplain. So I'm battling what? Just being a woman, being an angry Black woman. I got to watch what I say, watch what I do. I'm setting the tone for every woman who'll come after me. And so there's just a dichotomy of different things you have to go through as a woman, as you're healing, right? Because different things happen. You get dismissed, you get minimized, there's microaggressions. All kinds of things are happening all the time. And one of the things you got to learn to do is, one of my newest books I wrote is Living Unbothered on Purpose. Living unbothered on purpose. So I have to walk a fine line as the first woman to do this, the first Black person to do this, the first that, because you set the tone for who's coming behind you. And so as an Army chaplain, as a hospice chaplain, as an author, as a writer, as an international speaker, there are just some frameworks that have to be in place so that you remember to keep your cool. There are times when you just want to let loose and you just want to give people a piece of your mind, and you just can't. I deployed with the Delaware Army National Guard in 2019. We went over to Kuwait. It was 118 degrees. It was already hot. And then the chaplains there, they wouldn't let me preach because I was a woman. So now, what does that take me right back to? It takes me back to the synagogue. They told me because I was a girl, I couldn't preach. Now, one of the things I didn't say is that I used to cuss a lot. I love the Lord, but I used to cuss a lot. And so when I was in Kuwait, it was a trigger. Now, good news, I didn't cuss anybody out, but I did have to really, really, really trust God. And I would take walks in the 118-degree weather just talking to God, because I had to keep my mind right, because I had to think about, what will I misrepresent if I'm out here in Kuwait, deployed, going off on all these chaplains, right? Because they're not going to say what the chaplains did. They're going to say, the only woman chaplain on the post of 30,000 people is cussing people out. And so there's just some things, there's some parameters, some boundaries that you have to have. And all of those things come with lived experience. There's no cookie cutter way that we can walk this thing as women, because our lived experience is different. It's contextualized. So my experience with God helps me to understand how to move. My experience with God helps me to understand how to hear God's voice, right? I love football. So when God calls an audible, I won't understand the audible if I don't read the playbook. And so even though the Bible is generalized, there's some specific things that I need in particular as a woman to be able to live this thing called life, because my male counterparts, they walk into the place that comes with entitlement. So people don't ask for their credentials, right? My fellow chaplains in the Army, they walk in and people automatically give them respect, where I have to explain while I'm here. I got to have 5 more degrees than everybody. I've got to have more experience. I got to work 5 times harder. And it's not just because I'm a Black person, it's because I'm a woman. And as you look at what's going on in the United States, all the women who were in high places, 4-star generals, are now gone. And so you got this whole issue with DEI. So what does that mean? We got to change our language. So here we are.
Wow, what an incredible, incredible journey you've been on. But what I love is your attitude. You're here, you're still standing. It is just absolutely fascinating. So we're going to bring on our last speaker for this session, Julie, and then we'll come back to you. So if you don't mind, just stay with us. Then we can have a Q&A at the end, okay? Welcome, welcome, Julie.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Let me introduce you first, and then you can take the stage.
Great.
So Julie is an advocate, an author, a speaker, a philanthropist, and an athlete. She completed her inspiring journey in 2013 by running 52 marathons in 52 weeks to raise money for pancreatic cancer research. This feat garnered national media coverage, from the Today Show to the Los Angeles Times to O Magazine. Known as the Marathon Goddess, she has since become a beacon of hope, resilience, and philanthropy, raising over $1 million for the cause. Welcome, 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 Julie, to our platform. It really gives me great pleasure to introduce you today.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here, and I really appreciate you having me on to share my story. And thank you for that beautiful introduction. Yes, I wasn't always an athlete. In fact, I started running when I was 37 or 38, actually. But I'm going to take you back a little bit because what happened was that my father, who was my biggest fan, he sadly passed away from pancreatic cancer just 35 days after his diagnosis. And so when he passed away, I knew I wanted to do something to honor him and his legacy. But, I wasn't an athlete. In fact, in high school, I was sort of like a troubled teenager. A lot of teenagers get into trouble, I know, but I seemed to sort of take things to the extreme as a teenager. I did, drugs. I got kicked out of school. I got back in school. I graduated 9 months pregnant. And it wasn't until about 20 or so years later that I found myself a single mom of 2 teenagers, severely depressed, kind of overweight, just going through the motions of my daily life. And I just felt really stuck. So around this time, I decided I was going to get healthy. I went on a trip with my family. I thought, I'm going to start running. I'm going to get healthy. I'm so tired of feeling just stuck and feeling so depressed. So I started running. It was back in 2007. And slowly but surely, I began to feel better in my body. I felt connected to the earth. I felt this connection. And so when I got back home, I continued to run, and I signed up for my first race, which was a triathlon. And I loved the running the most. And pretty soon I thought, hey, I'll do a half marathon and then a marathon. And when I was on this journey of running, my dad was just so proud of me. And we didn't have this beautiful relationship growing up. I was, he was a little critical of me. But when I started running, he just became very proud of me, and I became proud of myself. So I continued to run, and running marathon after marathon with this goal of qualifying for Boston. And my dad was my number one fan at the time, right? And I just about made it, but then he was diagnosed with this cancer. And I thought, after he passed away, I had another race that I was going to run. And I finally qualified for the Boston Marathon after 19th attempts. I was not going to give up. I was going to do this for him. And lo and behold, I finally qualified for the Boston Marathon. And when I crossed that finish line, I knew that we had done it together. So the running it really brought us together. But sadly, just after I started running, I lost him. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to do something to honor him. And that's when I decided to do these 52 marathons in 52 weeks. And my goal was to raise $1 million for pancreatic cancer, because I didn't want anyone to have to suffer like my dad did. I didn't want these families to have to go through what we went through. It was just so awful. So I didn't know how I was going to do all of these marathons, 52 marathons in 52 weeks. I have a full-time job. I had kids, they're, grown up, but I was determined. There was nothing that was going to stop me from doing this goal. So I learned a lot about defying your limits on this goal. As you can imagine, 42-year-old mom, single mom, just going out to do this crazy adventure. And that's what I want to talk to you about today, is how to defy your limits. So I did all of these marathons, but as I was going through these marathons, I met so many beautiful people and got to about marathon number 5. And I thought, this is not, the marathons are challenging, but this is more. This is much deeper than the marathons. I want these marathons not to be about me or the marathons. I want these marathons to be about the people that I was running for. So I decided to start dedicating every run that I did to somebody affected by pancreatic cancer or their family. And sometimes they even came and ran with me. And it just took on such a deeper meaning. And I was running with each marathon. I felt like we were getting closer to a cure for pancreatic cancer. And, these marathons were challenging, sure. But, when I was running for these other people, they sort of gave me energy that I didn't even know that I had, right? So that's what really got me through. I was traveling. I would leave my job on a Friday, my 9-to-5 job, travel to another state, sometimes even country, run the marathon, come back to LA and get back to work by 9 o'clock every Monday morning. And it was exhausting, but it was exhilarating because I was doing something for the greater good, doing something to help these people. And so when I finished the 52nd marathon, I had raised, I think, about $200,000, but my goal was $1 million. And I remember the Today Show did a piece and they're like, for Julie, the start of the LA Marathon is the beginning of the end. But you know what? It wasn't. It was actually the beginning of a 10-year journey to actually raise that $1 million. I was done with those marathons, but I wasn't going to give up until I reached that goal. So in 2023, I finally did raise the $1 million. Doesn't matter how long it took. It's just, all that matters is that you don't give up. And I met more amazing people along the way. And it was just this beautiful journey of love and defying your limits of, things that you once thought are not even possible, right? Because you think about 52 marathons in 52 weeks, that just sounds like it takes a while to register that, right? That's like a marathon every week for an entire year, 1,362.4 miles. It was a lot. But that's what I want to talk to you and give you this gift that I created around these 52 marathons and around this journey. And I call it the 7 C's to defy your limits. And I don't know why they all start with the letter C, but I'm just going with it because this is the framework that I've created that sort of allowed this journey to evolve. And I'm going to share it with you today in hopes that it'll inspire you or maybe somebody that who might be feeling stuck, like I was, just going through the motions and depressed. And this is really what helped me. And I'll share these with you. And the 7 C's start with creating a goal, like creating something that you would absolutely love to do. It doesn't have to be a marathon. It could be something that you just know in your heart. You feel called to do it. You've always wanted to do it. Create a goal, something that you just would love to do. Write it down, right? Create that goal. And the second C in defying your limits is going to be, I call it certainty, believing that you can absolutely do this no matter what the obstacles are, believing that these obstacles are just a part of the journey and that you're going to get through it and that the light is already here and it's going to carry you, that belief, that certainty that you can absolutely do it. When I started to, when I made a goal to qualify for Boston, I believed, I had certainty I was going to do it. Those marathons, I believed with all my heart, I had certainty I was going to do it no matter what. And also raising that $1 million. So, believing in yourself, believing in a higher power, believing that this is good, even with all the obstacles, that we're going to come out on the other side and it's going to be okay. So certainty is number 2. And number 3 is that you absolutely have to commit to this goal. Whatever the goal you've created, commit that you're going to do it. You can put a post out on social media. You can commit to a friend, someone to help you stay accountable. Committing to this goal is super important. Commit to a higher power, but just commit, and in your heart, commit that you know you're gonna achieve whatever it is that you set out to do. And number 4 is to connect. You don't have to do this alone. People who are struggling with issues like, being sick, cancer, whatever it is, I want you to know that you're not alone. There's people out here. We are going to help you, like your guest. I mean, we're here. We are all in this together. So remember, you don't have to do this alone. There was no way that I could have done those 52 marathons on my own. I had a team of people helping me. I had my dad. I know he was there for every marathon. Connect with someone, connect with a higher power, connect with your people, but reach out and connect with others, because I want you to know you're not alone. And of course, the 5th C is consistency. We have to have consistency in whatever goal we set out to do. I stayed consistent during these 52 marathons. It was difficult, but I did it. I got up every weekend, even though I didn't want to do it. I had to stay consistent. And honestly, by the time I got to marathon number 51, I was on a boat. I was seasick. I was headed to the start line. It was like 4 a.m. I had no sleep. And I thought, how am I going to do this? I'm running for these people, and but one foot in front of the other. I got up that mountain, and I got to the top of the mountain, and I felt like $1 million, because that's what consistency will do for you. The more that you do of anything, the better at it you're going to get. So stay consistent on whatever goal that is that you've created. And I love this one. I love them all. But if you feel called to do it for a cause, whatever goal you've created, think about someone you love or something you love. Maybe you want to, like when I, did these marathons for my dad and to raise money for pancreatic cancer. Maybe there's a nonprofit that you love. Maybe it's for animals. Maybe there's, just for, some kind of cause that speaks to you. I'm currently I'm a grandmother, and I have to do strength training now because I need to pick up these grandchildren, and it's harder as you get older. It doesn't have to be a big, giant goal. It can be as simple as you want to stay strong for your little ones. So you can have fun with them. I mean, I'm trying to do a cartwheel again with them. I'm like, wait, what happened to my cartwheel? So right now, that's my new goal. I'm just trying to get strong so that I can be a more vibrant, enthusiastic, wonderful grandmother and be present for them, for my granddaughters. They are 7 years old and 9 years old. They're so active. So I got to keep up with them. So whatever cause that speaks to you, speaks to your heart, think about what that is. Think about what gives you energy, and know that when you're doing it for something bigger than yourself, when you're doing this goal that you've created for a bigger purpose, for a higher purpose, you're going to actually get energy that you didn't even know you had. That's how I completed those 52 marathons in 52 weeks, 100%. And of course, if you're going to do all this, you have to have courage. That's the 7th C in defying your limits, because if you don't have courage, you're not going to get out the door, right? So, I mean, there was this marathon I had. It was only one on the schedule. It was started at 10,000 feet and went up to 13,000 feet. I was terrified, but I summoned up the courage, and I completed that marathon. So you've got to have the courage to start this journey that you're creating, and that you're going to commit to this journey. You've got to have the courage to do it. And so in summary, I'll just go over those 7 C's with you, and I hope you find them helpful. The first one was creating a goal, having certainty, believing with all your heart that you can absolutely do this, committing to it, getting connected to a higher power, to someone else, to your people. You don't have to do this alone. Consistency, you got to stay consistent. and do it for a cause if you feel called. And also, of course, you have to have courage. And I, want to share with you that I just am about to run my 119th marathon, lifetime marathon. Just a lot of marathons, but I'm so happy to say that we have raised over $1 million now, and it gets even better than that. When I started running, the survival rate for pancreatic cancer was just 5%. And since then, it's more than doubled. So it's up to 13% now. So we are making a difference. We're making progress. And that's just a beautiful thing. I'm just so grateful for all the wonderful charities out there on the front lines, doing the work and helping us find a cure and helping our loved ones live longer and happier lives. And I want to end it with a beautiful quote. And I don't know why, but it starts the author, C.S. Lewis, another C. Just remember that you are never too old to set a new goal or dream a new dream. You got this.
Oh, absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. That is just absolutely awesome.
Thank you.
Wow, what a day. We've had some phenomenal speakers today. I have to thank you, ladies, because this is the reason why I wake up every day and do what I do. Just having the ability to share your stories with the world. It just absolutely lights me up and inspires me. So we're going to have a bit of questions for you now. And we're going to start with you, Dr. Addison. And unpack your story. You have lived a fascinating life, my sister. I do not know how you did it. What I love is your energy, the humor that you infuse in your story. It's very uplifting. So you grew up shaped by 3 different traditions: the AME Church, the Catholic Church, the Hebrew religion. How did those contrasting influences shape your view of God and identity as a young girl?
I remained open, so it helps me to stay open-minded. So as an Army chaplain, I do interfaith ministry. As a hospice chaplain, I do interfaith ministry. And part of that is because I just see God in such a vast way. It wasn't that I was just in those places. I was embedded in those places. And so I had to engage in the theological understanding. So as an 8-year-old, because that's the pivotal time for me, I formulated my understanding that God is bigger than all 3 of these spaces. That if all 3 of these spaces think that they have it right, God's got to be bigger than all 3. And so as I continue to learn and grow about God, I never kept God in a box, because every time somebody would tell me about God, I had these 3 frame of reference to say, wait a minute, but I saw God work in the AME Church. I saw God work in the Catholic Church, and I saw God work in this Hebrew Israelite place. And so that means to me that our limited understanding of God doesn't give us the ability to experience God in ways that are miraculous. So I've always been open. It has helped me to stay open to that God just might surprise you and do the very thing you never thought God would do. So that's how it's shaped my identity, that I see myself as a spiritual journeyer, if that's a real word. I might have made that up. That you can experience. Like, I'll give an example. I've had some of my greatest conversations with atheists in the dying moment, because you have to study what you refute. So they have a vast understanding of the Bible and God and faith and spirituality. And so it's the people who think they have it together that are the people that are really missing the mark.
Oh, I absolutely love it. Now, the other thing that fascinates me about your story is that at just 8 years old, you questioned why girls couldn't preach or read the Torah. How has that early moment of resistance fueled your advocacy for women in faith and leadership?
It helps me really understand the fear that women have about having a voice. Because there are some instances where you have to stay in the confinement that sometimes you've created or that has been created for you. You can't open your mouth and speak truth to power in every situation. So it has taught me to be mindful that even though my journey is this way, every woman doesn't have the freedom to think freely. Every woman doesn't have the ability to walk out of bondage and stay out of bondage, because the social construct, the religious construct, the cultural construct, we can be free, but there might be some people who say you'll never be free. And so one word of dismissal can still hold you hostage. So it gives me that level of empathy and sensitivity, that even though I'm liberated in my thinking, I can't judge another woman because she's not. Because sometimes we are formed in environments where we don't have the freedom to ask a question to a rabbi. Like my mother didn't have the freedom to ask that kind of a question, but I did. My daughter does. The generations after me will. So it just gives me that level of empathy. And then it also gives me that level of advocacy to say, I know what it is to want to speak and you can't. I know what it is to want to sing and you can't. You know, just like the caged bird. I understand the desire, but sometimes the space isn't there for you to do it. And then you kind of live vicariously through the women who can.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Wow. Now, the other thing that is quite intriguing about your story is that you openly share about the rejection from your father and how it influenced your early relationships. How did this pattern of rejection shape your journey, and what helped you break free from it?
I will tell you, it's a very interesting story, because the rejection was rooted and grounded in my father, and the rejection was uprooted by my father. So when I was in seminary, he went to jail. And because I was clergy, I was the only person who could go see him. And so in that moment, I had to make a decision. Either I was going to rise above my anger and rise above my hurt to go be present for him, because, you know, him and my mother have been married such a long time. She couldn't see him. I was the only one who could. So during those visits in jail, we had time to talk. And he had time to tell me that it wasn't me. I reminded of his grandmother, of his mother, and it was trauma. It was all this kind of stuff. And so our relationship over time became better. However, I wasn't conscious that I was still dealing with some rejection issues with the people in my life. So while in seminary, I had to do what's called clinical pastoral education. And that's pretty much psychotherapy for pastors, so that we learn to differentiate our stuff from the people's stuff that they're ministering to. So as I'm going through clinical pastoral education, I'm also visiting him in jail. So just the way that God had it, that I'm going through this therapeutic process while I'm helping him through his process. And so when I was 35, my ex-husband now had an affair, and I sent my children to North Carolina so that I could deal with what was going on in the church. And my father called me one day and he said, he calls me Rabbi now. He doesn't call me by my name. He calls me Rabbi, which is serendipitous as well. So he said, Rabbi, I've always known that you were an eagle. I was the one who told you you're a chicken. There's nothing wrong with being a chicken if you are a chicken. He said, from very young, I knew that you could do what your siblings could not, but I didn't want you to excel and they couldn't. He said, so I held you back and made you think you're a chicken. He said, but I've always known you're an eagle. He said, I'm telling you now that you are an eagle. And if you choose not to fly, now it's you and not me. And that set me free. The very one who held me hostage was the very one who let me go. Now, every woman doesn't have that story. I'm blessed that I do.
That is beautiful. We'll move to you, Julie, with my next three questions. I mean, gosh, you ladies have got a very strong father story to both your stories. Just quite a coincidence that I have you on here together. So, Julie, you began running after struggling with depression and weight gain, and you found your life purpose instead. What was that pivotal moment when running shifted from being therapy to becoming a mission?
Well, that's a great question. And can I just say, Dr. Addison, you are amazing. Your story is beautiful. And thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. Your soul, I can feel your energy and your soul is just beautiful. We have a lot of similarities. And
Yes.
gosh, I just want to say that my running was therapeutic, and I guess it sort of shifted after my father died. And that's when I knew that I had to use my running for the greater good. That's because that's all I knew how to do. I could run. I'm a mom, but I can use this to help others. And so, but I ran a lot. I think I was running also like from the darkness into the light while I was dealing with all of this depression, and I went through drugs. My ex-husband was in jail. I had a lot of the same things, a lot of dark moments. And so when I started running, it was like, I didn't know what I was running from. All I knew is that I couldn't stop. I just had to keep going. And so as I kept going and, my father, our relationship started to get better and it was beautiful, and I lost him. That's when it was like, all right, I'm going to do this. This is not just about me or my running or my depression anymore. This is going to be, I'm shifting this consciousness to do this for other people. And it was just kind of like a miracle. That's how I feel like when you do something for someone you love, that's how the miracles happen. So when I started running for other people, I just felt like there was, I was on this mission of love to spread joy and to spread hope for other people that were struggling, that, you can overcome this. It's going to be okay. We're going to do this together. So it was like after my dad died is when I started really moving into, I guess you could say, a different kind of movement for other people.
That's just amazing. Now, 1 week after your father passed, you qualified for and ran the Boston Marathon. How did his presence feel? Did it guide you through that race, do you think?
Oh my gosh, it was like the only race out of the 118 marathons that I've done that like the stars lined up. It was like he was there. Everything was perfect in that race. Everything I slept good. I mean, everything, and even the obstacles, nothing fazed me. I was just like, felt like like he was just lifting me up as I was running, and I have this picture of me like crossing the finish line in the air, and he was with me every step of the way. He was in my heart. He had the best seat in the house, right? He was the wind at my back. And but I want to share that we still deal with these dark moments. I'm never like fully healed. Like I'm always trying to stay in the light. The light's already here, but I'm reminded that my dad had this depression too. So someone told me, it's like, live the life that your dad would have wanted to live if he wasn't depressed. I don't know. I just love that. I'm like, oh my God, he could have, gone on to do so many wonderful things. And, he wouldn't have been so critical and this, that, and the other. And it's like, all right, so I'm going to live, and I'm going to live the life that I want to live, but also live the life that he would have wanted me to live. Like, just go and be that eagle, like you said, go fly, because he couldn't. He was his capacity, his vessel. He couldn't hold that light. And so now I'm like holding the light for him and holding that. And I'm just sharing the joy with other people and trying to live that life, my life now on purpose.
Oh, I love it. Now, you did your 52 marathons in 52 weeks, and you've raised over $1 million, and you've changed the conversation for pancreatic cancer. What internal resources, mental, emotional, spiritual, kept you going through those hard miles?
Well, these people that I was running for kept me going. I honestly would like look up into the sun when I was running, and I was running for whoever I was running for. I would think of them. And I would think of them, and I would feel their energy, or what I felt. I'd imagine I felt their energy that was helping me run all of these races and giving me that energy to keep going and to never ever give up, no matter what. You set these goals that are but they don't have to be so big. Like I did this crazy thing, like that's just, but you can, running for other people was just what defined it. And there's so many resources out there, these charities out there, they've got people to help you. They've got like the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. They've got 24-hour hotlines for people who have maybe just been diagnosed, or the Hirschberg Foundation, Project Purple. There's wonderful charities out there. There's resources out there for other people who might be just diagnosed. But I also want to say that I see more and more survivors all the time. So keep the hope alive, please do, because the survival rate is getting better, and they've got resources out there to help you. But we've got to do this together, because the resources are sadly getting cut now from the federal government. That's another story. But we really do need to come together and help each other out here.
You've actually given me an idea, because I've started walking as a way to lose weight, and it's a struggle just getting out of the house. It's really been difficult for me to lose this weight. And I was saying to a friend the other day, I need to donate these extra kilos to some cause. And I've got my kids in Africa. I think I might just start a campaign and do what you did, right?
Love that.
Because when you put your focus on others, everything shifts.
Absolutely.
Everything changes. I can imagine if I was to raise thousands of dollars while I'm looking after me and getting rid of this weight, and kids are going to school in Africa. So thank you for that gift. I'm definitely going to take that on and keep you updated.
Oh, good. Please do. Yeah, it's a win-win for whatever kind of goal you want to create. When you're doing it for someone else, it's like, oh yeah, it just, it helps you, it helps others, and it's a beautiful thing.
It also helps you, it gives you accountability to keep your eye on the goal. I really like that. Now, Dr. Addison, you stayed in a painful marriage longer than you wanted for the sake of your children. A lot of women do this. I know I did it in my marriage. I was hoping to hang in there until my youngest turned 18. And a lot of times women put themselves through so much, and we do more damage than good. So looking back, what do you want other women of faith to know about making difficult choices for their own well-being?
Stop listening to other people. Stop listening to what other people are telling you to do. You are the subject matter expert of you. If I was somebody else and my lived experience with God was different, I could not have made that choice. I was at a place in my life where I had the emotional ability, I had the intellectual ability to stand flat foot on my decision. I didn't blame God because I stayed. I didn't even blame my husband because I stayed. I didn't hold him hostage to my choices. And sometimes what happens is we'll make a choice and then we make other people pay for the fact that we made that choice. I had enough confidence in my ability to listen to God that, when the Bible says God blesses everywhere your foot trods, the choices that I make in my life, God honored that choice and gave me the strength to stand in it. If I didn't have the faith that I had, then that never would have worked, because as soon as it got rocky, as soon as the wind started blowing, as soon as I had to walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I wouldn't have been able to do it. So my faith was really strengthened through that. And every woman doesn't have that internal voice to be able to keep walking. And sometimes what happens is we listen to other people and we think that, so I'll put it to you this way. Don't let your heart write a check that your mind can't cash. My heart told me a lot of stuff, but until my mind was ready to receive it, I couldn't do it. So what I would say to women, don't let your heart write a check your mind can't cash. It looks good. It sounds good on paper. If you don't have the mental capacity. So one of the things we teach in the Army as an Army chaplain, we have what's called a master resilience training. And what we teach our soldiers is what you say to yourself leads to your emotions, will lead to your behavior. It's never your emotions driving you. If you pause and anytime you're angry and you say, what am I saying to myself right now in this moment? That's going to be what's driving that emotion. So when I said I was staying, I was staying because I refused to let my children sleep in the car. So every time I felt like I couldn't do it, all I had to do was think about what I said. What am I saying to myself? My children will never sleep in the car. If I got to stay with this man, my children will never sleep in the car. And that was it.
I absolutely love it. You were so determined. It's just incredible. Wow. Next question. You've written over 20 books, each a part of your healing journey. How has writing become a form of therapy for you? And what do you hope readers will take from your words?
Writing has helped me to articulate what I was scared to say. That's the best way I can say it. Sometimes life will, what the young people say, they say life is lifing. So life will happen and we will get nervous and we will get ashamed and we will have guilt about the things we've experienced in our life. And so when I think about the things that I've experienced in my life, the Bible says I'm an overcomer by the word of my testimony. So as I'm sharing the things that I've been through, my intention is that the people who are afraid to look themselves in the mirror and to be honest, they can find themselves in my story. And vicariously, they can be healed and get some courage as they listen to what I've experienced. Like one of my books is Beside the Still Waters, Having Faith Even When. So I tell the journey of when my son died at 39 weeks. I talk about what I was saying to myself when they told me he had no heartbeat. What was I saying to myself when I realized I was going home with no baby? What was I saying to myself when somebody said to me, God wanted another angel? Like there's just some things, and your faith goes through these evolutionary moments. And so as I'm writing, then I'm releasing myself from my own unmet expectations. I'm saying, wait, this is okay. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay to understand that God, where's God in this moment? It's okay to ask a question. It's just okay. And so I want people who are held hostage. Sometimes we hold ourselves hostage and sometimes our situation holds us hostage. But you can get into my story, and for that moment of time when you're reading it, you can find yourself in it and say, you know what? Even if only thing I could do is say one word, that's one word I couldn't say yesterday. And so just taking people through the journey of healing themselves and allowing themselves to say, it's okay not to be okay.
I love it. Going back to you, Julie. As a TEDx speaker, you've written a memoir, you're a motivational speaker. How do you balance being a storyteller with being a runner? And do you ever feel pulled more towards one role than the other?
Oh, that's a great question. Yes, I do feel pulled and I feel called to share my story and to help other people through my story. That's really calling me right now. I mean, I've been, doing all these things, juggling work and, the kids and and the running and the speaking, but I love being able to help other people with my story. Even if they get one little nugget, I feel like, God is calling me to do this. And it's just, I do a lot of things to, running actually helps me sort of get through this crazy thing we called life. I still run a lot, but because, I want to be the best person I can be every day. I want to show up with joy and love and all the things. So running helps that. I do meditation. That helps as well. I've been into Kabbalah recently. That's been helping a lot. They talk about certainty, one of my C's, and I love that. And the light of the creator, asking the creator, what am I supposed to do? What should I do here? There's a lot, and I've got a mom who's almost 90 and I'm taking care of her. But, I feel very in touch with, my spirit, my soul, and the creator, and it helps me sort of stay balanced, and I get clarity. That's another C. Why are there so many C's?
So many C's. You just got your eighth one.
I always have a bonus C. There's so many, but yeah, it brings clarity, and that's a beautiful thing because we need it, especially in these times right now. It's crazy. Oh God, why? There's another C. It's crazy. So yeah, I could keep going with those C's, but I do want to get, just get anybody who's out there who's feeling depressed or stuck or losing hope, don't, because there's light all around you. The light's already here. You know,
That's
you can
true.
connect with other people. And yeah, so I feel like that's what I want to do, is just get out there and get on the speaking circuit and help people, you know, come out of their comfort zone with these 7 C's that I've created. And yeah.
Now 8 C's, now 8.
I have so many. I always have like a bonus one, but there's so many. I just keep sharing the joy. Because
So you've trademarked the name Marathon Goddess, emphasizing that it's not about you, but about inspiring others. How do you hold on to humility while being a beacon of hope for so many?
Well, it's the Marathon Goddess was a name I saw on her shirt, and then I trademarked it. I thought it was cool a long time ago, and but I'm always wanting to tell people it's not about me. It's about embracing whatever it is that you love to do. If it's, you know, if it's running, great. If it's gardening, cooking, whatever it is that you love to do. If you know, if you want to go out there and, you know, fight for, you know, justice, you know, you can be embrace that and be a god or goddess of that, you know, whatever it is that you feel called to do or that you love. And so for me, it was running marathons. I don't run that many marathons anymore, but it's not about me. It's about just doing whatever it is that you love to do. So that's how I'm reminded to tell people, well, oh, it's the Marathon Goddess. I'm like, you're also a marathon goddess, you know, like you're a goddess. All women are goddesses, you know. So it's really important. I just like to share that with other women, especially so they can embrace that, and men too, but women even more because we need it.
I love it. All right, so I have one more question for each of you before I let you go. Dr. Allison, you've spoken about living unbothered on purpose. I just absolutely love that. What does that mean to you? And how can women embrace that mindset in their own leadership and healing journeys?
Thank you for asking that question. Living unbothered on purpose is choosing joy. It's choosing peace. It's choosing to always think about what you're thinking about. And as I travel this journey, there are always going to be distractions, there are always going to be triggers, right? Because we've all been through trauma. We've all been through something. You're going to see something. You're going to smell something. You're going to taste something. You know, you're going to remember something. You're going to dream about something. And in those moments, you have to pause and say, what am I saying to myself right now? I've got to get a handle on me, right? Because one of the things I never want to do is dishonor God, discredit God, or misrepresent God. And if I say that I'm a believer and I say that I'm a lover of God's people, then love is who I am and love is what I do. So I always have to think about what I'm thinking about. And then I've got to pause. I've got to pray. I got to say, God, in this moment, I need you to be a fence around my mouth because I just might say something that might harm somebody else in my frustration. And then I have to have a plan. I have to have a plan and say, if this happens again, what do I need to say to myself to get a handle on what's going on? And so as we think about life, living unbothered on purpose is a choice. It's a choice not to be frustrated. It's a choice not to argue. It's a choice to be exactly who God called us to be. And that is love in action.
Well, absolutely beautiful way to end. Thank you so much. And Julie, your last question is, your running journey began as personal healing, but it became a movement. What invitation do you have to others who feel stuck or lost? And how can they find their own marathon goddess within?
Oh, that's a great question. I think if you pause and think about something that you really love, and remember that that you're not alone. There's people around you that may be struggling with the same thing. You're not alone. So that's why I created those 7 C's for people to, you know, defy their limits that they might have placed on themselves. They think they can't get out of where they're, you know, this situation that they're in, or they want to be a goddess of running or cooking, but they just don't think they can do it. I feel like I've just pulled these C's out, or God gave me these C's to share to hopefully help others embrace that, embrace your calling, embrace what it is, whatever it is that you love to do. And, by seeing, by reading my story or hearing my talk today, maybe somebody can relate to like, oh my gosh, I felt just like she was, and look, she's done it. If she did it, so can I. I think that would be I think that's a beautiful thing. I've seen some people do some amazing things, and we sort of inspire each other, we really do. And I hope that my story will help other people that are possibly struggling with, finding their inner God or goddess and what they want to do, and know that there's hope, know that there's light all around you. It's already here. All you have to do is think about what you really want to love, what you really would love to do, and take some action and go do it. And then, maybe think about doing it for someone else, and that might even help a little more, pull you out of that darkness and like, hey, wait a minute, it's not all about me. Maybe I can help someone else with this project I'm working on.
I absolutely love it. Ladies, it has been such a pleasure connecting with you, sharing you with our community today on day one. Like I said, it's people like you that make me want to wake up every day and do what I do. I feel really honored to be the curator of all of these amazing stories and creating a virtual space. I'm here in Australia. The two of you are there in the US. We've had people from the UK this morning. It's just amazing what can be done with the internet now and how we can stay connected with this magical platform called the internet. So thank you for being here today and being so inspiring to the community.
Thank you so much for having us.
And thank you to
so much for
everybody. It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you for everybody.
It's our pleasure. Thank you for holding this space for so many women.
Absolutely. God bless. Thanks again.
Thank you, everybody. See you again tomorrow. Don't forget to go online. Donate, please, to Bernice Williams. It doesn't matter how small an amount you put in there, it makes a difference. Whether it's $2, $5, just put her story next to your name so she can see how powerful our tribe is when it comes to coming together, supporting each other, and lifting each other when we need the help. See you tomorrow, everybody. It was an amazing start to our online summit. I'll be back online at 5 o'clock in the morning again. Bye for now. Thanks, ladies.
Take care.